C 3176. C 3176. Heavenly Dan, landlord laughed out loud. Brother Yu is truly knowledgeable, indeed so. My pill spirit does not need the medicine from the Huaquan Dan. I can directly condense a Huaquan Dan from the world-defying stage fierce power that is unique to my body. More recent chapter access. W. How long does it take for him to condense a Huaquan Dan? Yu Iran knew that the Heavenly Dan landlord was showing off. Although he was a little unhappy, this allowed him to take the chance to understand more about alchemy, which was a pretty good thing. 2 pills in 2 hours. Heavenly Dan landlord ate the Huaquan Dan and praised. This Huaquan Dan is really high quality, even better than the ones I made myself. Yu Iran snorted in his heart and continued to curse. Right, is this human brat going to partake? 1. P. 8 in the heavenly pill AS. Semli and represent your shop for the compet. 1 Tian? Heavenly Dan, landlord asked. Yes, said. Right now, he really hoped that Chun Xiang could perform well in the heavenly pill AS Semli, and it would be best if he could get first place. This would at least make him feel better. Not bad, being able to defeat Jin Minghui is indeed something. But if he wants to S-H-I plus N-E in this heavenly pills Semli, it will be very difficult. Heavenly Dan, landlord, shook his head and sighed. The rewards for this heavenly pill AS Semli are very generous. How rich? Yu Iran asked anxiously. I will announce it after a while, but I have to tell you the people from Heaven Old Imperial family are here too, and other than them, there are also the young elites from the medicinal families. Yu Iran chuckled, then patted the shoulder of the blue-clothed core spirit and laughed. My treasure will also partake. 1 P8. He can be considered a young man, so this is permitted. Yu Iran cursed a few more times in his heart, allowing a pill spirit to partake. 1 P8. This was simply not fair. The heavenly pill AS Semli was organized by the Heavenly Dan landlord, and the rewards were set by him. This way, as long as his pill spirit could win, his rewards would return to him. This was too shameless. No wonder he took out such a generous reward. You worked so hard to make a pill spirit. You really should have let him show off. Otherwise, others wouldn't know that you invested so much into it. Yu Iran laughed. But your pill spirit is still a little weak. I think you should let him train properly in the future. Brother Yu, you don't have to worry. When the others come, I will go and greet them, especially Heaven Old Imperial family. If we slow them down, they will not be happy. Heavenly Dan, landlord, hastily walked over. Yu Iran groaned in a low voice, then sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. The best would be to defeat that pill spirit and let him know how powerful you are. This guy used to call me Elder Yu, but now he's calling me Brother Yu. To be defeated by a pill spirit, this is a very interesting thing. Qin Xiang laughed. I'll try. Many talented young Heaven Old Divine Race S had already arrived. Although they had not stepped into the world-defying crazy realm, they had all grown up in great powers, and after undergoing careful nurturing, their strength was still much higher than ordinary alchemists. All right, since everyone is here, let me announce the rewards for this compet. 1 Tian. Only 1. Heavenly Dan, landlord shouted. The reward is to obtain a pill spirit. When everyone heard it, they couldn't believe it, especially Yu Iran. Isn't the pill spirit absolutely loyal to its master? How can you give it to someone else? A man asked. The pill spirit that I'm talking about isn't the one beside me. Then he took out a transparent crystal. This crystal was as big as the one Qin Xiang had refined. This is the half-finished product I've made. As long as you put your blood into it and infuse it with your life force, you will be able to form a baby. When the life force is sufficient, this baby will awaken, and he will be able to consume the energy of the crystal and cultivate by himself. When he grows up, it will be your own spirit pill. Heavenly Dan, landlord said in high spirits. I refined this pill spirit too. The quality is guaranteed. You can rest assured. What pill is that? An old man asked. Huaquandan. At the moment, I only know how to refine the pill spirit of Huaquandan Sai. That's all I have. Heavenly Dan, landlord, intentionally laughed at himself. Everyone cursed silently. It was impressive for him to have this level of skill by pretending to be here. Clearly, he was mocking the other alchemists here, but they couldn't even reach this level. The elixir spirits of Huaquan Dan sounded extremely enticing. Qin Xiang was already moved. He knew that it would not be easy to obtain them, because the reason the Heavenly Dan landlord allowed his pill spirit to partake. 1. P. 8 was obviously because he did not want to give out the rewards. The reason why he took out the incomplete pill as a reward was to show off, to let more people know that it wasn't a coincidence that he made the pill and that the pill was not important in his eyes. That was why he took it out as a reward. Yu Iran had told Qin Xiang before that this Heavenly Dan landlord loved to show off, and it was not bad. Everyone quiet. Yu Iran saw that everyone was discussing enthusiastically and shouted loudly. After everyone quieted down, he said, "This reward is extremely precious, so it's not that easy to obtain. It's because my pill spirit is also partic. 1. P. Aiding, and he knows how to refine pills." Everyone immediately started to curse in their hearts. This was indeed deceitful. No wonder the Heavenly Dan landlord was so generous. He had actually also allowed his pill spirit to partake. 1. P. 8. And now everyone knew that his pill spirit was truly amazing. If he were to refine a Huaquandan, he would not even need to refine it. There were many outstanding young alchemists here, but no one dared to guarantee that they could defeat that pill spirit. If there are no more objections, then let's begin. Seeing everyone's expression, Heavenly Dan landlord was very satisfied. He wanted this kind of effect. Everyone now knew that he had a pill spirit and that there were many of them. This would make him even more prestigious in the heaven old super realm. Before, Yu Iran was still his elder generation, but now he was brothers with Yu Iran. Not long later, he might even start to look down on Yu Iran. Qin Xiang, are you confident? Yu Iran asked. If we can obtain his incomplete pill spirit, I might be able to find out what method he used to refine it. It would be beneficial to us. Before this reward was announced, I did not have much confidence. However, after receiving this reward, I immediately became filled with confidence. Qin Xiang replied to Yu Iran with a smile. This was a very rare opportunity. He did not need to refine it himself to be able to obtain the Huaquandan's elixir. The biggest use of Huaquandan was to allow people to step into the world-defying crazy realm, and then steadily improve within it, consolidating their foundation. See 3177. See 3177 with the pill spirit as a reward. If he had obtained it, Qin Xiang wouldn't have to work so hard to refine it. It had to be known that this was a middle-ranked berserk pill spirit. Even Yu Iran had difficulty refining it. The current Qin Xiang did not have the strength to refine a middle-stage, arrogant pill spirit. Even if he had that power, it would be extremely difficult. Seeing how confident Qin Xiang was, Yu Iran was also looking forward to it. If Qin Xiang could defeat the spirit of the Heavenly Dan landlord, then it would become a legend. Here, most of the heaven old divine race looked down upon humans, and in the pill refining domain, humans were looked down upon even more. So if Qin Xiang could defeat other heaven old divine race people and still have a pill spirit in pill refining, who knew what the proud heaven old divine race people would think? At this time, the other heaven old divine race were all discussing with the elders of the clan. Those elders had also temporarily transferred some knowledge to them. Big now. If the apps haven't been set up yet, it would definitely be very beneficial to that fierce transformation Dan spirit. Everyone is ready. I will announce the rules now. The Heavenly Dan landlord said loudly. The rules are simple. The battle this time is only one round, and it determines the outcome. All you need to do is refine the Huaquan Dan within 2 hours, and the evaluation criteria will be who can refine the most pellets and who will obtain the final victory. It was actually refining a Huaquan Dan. The fierce transformation Dan's spirit herself could condense Huaquan Dan. She did not need any medicinal ingredients, so no one could see how fair this compet. Tian was. Heavenly Dan landlord was not nervous at all after hearing everyone's complaints. He laughed and said that if he were to condense himself, everyone would be able to see it. If the fierce transformation Dan spirit were to refine his own Huaquan Dan, he would be able to condense 2 pellets in 2 hours. It is very fast. Yu Yiran told Qinxiang that he understood, and in short, this Heavenly Dan landlord coming up with such a rule would definitely benefit them greatly. Under normal circumstances, how many pellets can a Huaquan Dan refine in 2 hours? Qinxiang asked. If it's an old guy like us, we can only make 3 pills in 2 hours. We need to guarantee the quality. If we can't guarantee the quality, 4 or 5 pills shouldn't be a problem. We can even make 6 or 7. Yu Yiran said. As for you youngsters, if you can refine 2 pellets in 2 hours, you would be considered a genius. If you can refine 3 pellets, you would be considered a genius amongst geniuses. I've never tried. Qinxiang laughed bitterly. I know, I was doing other things before. Of course, Yu Yiran knew that Qinxiang had been refining pills and was close to success. Compared to refining Huaquan Dan, Qinxiang's achievements were huge. It doesn't matter. Even if it fails, it's fine. Just treat it as an opportunity to train yourself. Yu Yiran laughed. Now that Qinxiang could refine a pill spirit, this kind of pill technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, Yu Yiran had the time to refine it now. He felt that he would definitely be able to succeed. I heard that the Prince of Heaven Old Imperial Family was able to refine 3 Huaquan Dan in 2 hours. Maybe he can beat that pill spirit. Didn't the Heaven Old Imperial Family send out the news last time? The 3 Huaquan Dan-s that this prince refined in 2 hours were all of pretty good quality. This compet. 1. Tian does not have any requirements, so there is no pressure. Who knows? I might be able to refine 4 or 5 pills in 2 hours. This time, a genius disciple from a large clan is not an ordinary person. Refining Huaquan Dan-s shouldn't be too difficult for them. What's more, how can they refine even more? No, that's not right. The guy from Yu Clan's store is a human. Even though this guy can defeat Jin Minghui, he's just a human after all. That's right, and it's so weak. Yu Yiran will be blamed by the Yu Clan this time. Qinxiang heard the people around talking about him and couldn't help but to shake his head and laugh. Boss, I didn't expect that the shop belonged to your Yu Clan. Only now did Qinxiang know that there was actually a family behind Yu Yiran. Yes, we have a lot of shops here. I'm the one in charge of managing that shop. However, your presence here does not represent our Yu Clan. It is merely representing my shop, that's all. Heavenly Dan landlord was making everyone prepare for the compet. 1. Tian, and when the news of the pill spirit as a reward spread, the entire city was shocked. Originally, many people did not know about the matter of the pill spirit. However, a few days ago, when the Heavenly Dan landlord spread this matter, it was already known by many people, and they were extremely envious of it. Therefore, it could be said that the Heavenly Dan landlord was rewarded with a pill spirit, which was very generous. Second brother, do you have the confidence to win? An old man suddenly walked over and looked at Qinxiang with disdain. Behind the old man were a few young people. These young people all had haughty looks, and looked at Qinxiang with seemingly arrogant eyes. They did not look down on him at all. Yes, when Yu Yiran saw this old man, his face revealed a look of disgust. Someone like him can actually win? The young man behind the old man sneered. That old man was a member of the Yu Clan's cousin. His name was Yu Yan, and he was also an alchemist, though his alchemy skills were not as good as Yu Yiran's. Right now, he was in charge of most of the pill shops in the Yu clan, so Yu Iran only stayed alone. However, many people still treated him as a part of the Yu clan's shop. The victory has nothing to do with you guys. He is not here to represent the Yu family. Yu Iran looked coldly at the young man and thought, what do you know? Yu Iran knew very well that Chun Xiang could refine a pill spirit. Amongst the young alchemists, Chun Xiang could now look down on all the heroes and even the older alchemistess. Since all of you look down on him so much, why have you come here? Yu Iran said in a displeased tone, his expression ice cold. We only came here to tell you not to let this guy represent the Yu clan in the compet. One Tian, we can't afford to lose face. After Yu Yan finished speaking, he snorted and left with his men. C-3178. C-3178, when Heavenly Dan landlord saw that everyone was looking forward to the compet. One Tian, he was also very happy. With so many geniuses gathered here, if they lost to his pill spirit, then he would be able to ridicule them to his heart's content. The updates were quick. So many geniuses couldn't even match up to a single pill that he concocted. Everyone, the compet. 1. Tian was delayed for 2 hours due to a small problem. This way, everyone would have more time to prepare. Heavenly Dan, landlord, suddenly said, and then took the pill spirit and left in a hurry. No one knew what urgent matter he encountered. After the Heavenly Dan, landlord, left, everyone started to complain again. They were originally going to start, but then they actually started to delay. Regardless of him, I'll try refining it now. Chun Xiang said, Boss, do you have the Huaquan Dan's medicine ingredients? Of course there is. Are you going to refine it now? Yu Iran was a little shocked. It was not good to start learning now. If the energy consumption during refining was too high, it would affect his condition. Yes. Chun Xiang nodded his head, because he had never refined Huaquan Dan before, and there was still time for him to do it now, so he could take advantage of the time to familiarize himself with it. This compet. 1. Tian was very important to Chun Xiang as long as he won it. He would be able to obtain his core spirit. He wasn't the only one who wanted it. Everyone here had thought of it as well. Yu Iran gave Chun Xiang 3 leaves and said, this is called the wild G. Oh, D's leaf, it's a leaf from the wild G. Oh, D tree. Usually it only requires 3 leaves to refine 1 pot. If this was a compet, 1. Tian, the medicinal herbs would probably be restricted. Therefore, you should first refine 3 pieces of wild G. Oh, D leaves. The wild G. Oh, D leaf was red in color and looked like a maple leaf, but it was even redder than a maple leaf. Furthermore, it was very thick. Something was flowing under the leaf's skin, like blood. There was a certain amount of weight in his hand, and it was somewhat heavy. All right. Chun Xiang took the leaf and placed it among the Tianchuang furnace, then began to refine it. This fellow is starting to forge pills now. Don't you have confidence in yourself? One of them saw that Chun Xiang had set up a pill furnace at the side of the plaza and could not help but laugh. To be still concocting pills at this time, and even refining Huaquan Dan, is not wise at all. That's right. Refining a batch of pills takes a lot of mental energy. I bet this human is worried that he won't be able to perform well in a while, so he's familiar with it now. All right, let's take a look at his standards now. The few Yu clan disciples behind you, Yen heard the crowd discussing about Chun Xiang. One of them suddenly said, he does not represent our Yu clan. Our Yu clan definitely won't recognize this guy. This is all Yu Iran's own doing. So just say it, don't involve our Yu clan. The members of the Yu clan were extremely worried that Chun Xiang would affect their reputation, so they decided to make a name for themselves. Chun Xiang refined very smoothly from the start, and very quickly he started to use the derivation method. The derivation method could give birth to more medicinal crystals. If the medicinal strength was stronger, then it could also produce more pills. It went smoothly. Chun Xiang calculated the time and suddenly frowned. It's still too slow, it only SP Ned once, and that took me a long time. I think I won't be able to condense a pill now. Xiao Kur, help me. Chun Xiang calculated the time, and the 2 hours were quickly about to end. And right now, he had just produced 9 lumps of medicinal crystals. It's too late, Feng Kutar said. If you were to compete, you must not give birth to 9 small crystals. Heavenly Dan, landlord, was already out. After he walked onto the stage, just as he was about to announce the start of the compet, one Tian a pung sound rang out, and everyone immediately saw a pill fragrance lingering at the side of the square. Chun Xiang had exploded. When Yu Yiran saw this, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. Naturally, he did not doubt Chun Xiang's strength, but rather knew what Chun Xiang had in mind. This guy the furnace actually exploded, ha ha ha. I had thought that he would be more stable when training. I didn't expect him to actually fail. He was preparing to start the match, and something like this even happened. This has a huge impact on him. Humans are humans, that's all. Chun Xiang was calm. He had deliberately exploded them. He knew that he was close to success anyway, but because he had produced too many medicinal crystals, he did not have enough time. So if he had more, it would not be a problem. It doesn't matter if you practice before the match. A failure means a failure. In any case, whether you fail or succeed, it won't affect your results in the next match. Seeing Chun Xiang walking up the stage, Heavenly Dan, landlord, patted Chun Xiang's shoulders and laughed. However, he still failed just now. He wasn't in first place in the end, right? When everyone heard this, they also burst out in laughter. Had already gotten used to it. He came to the compet, Tian to improve himself and to obtain the core spirit. As long as he could obtain the core spirit, it wouldn't matter if he was laughed at. Each of us only have 2 portions of ingredients, and we can only produce 2 portions. Furthermore, we are the ones who will provide the best ingredients. Although it cannot be considered the best ingredients, it is sufficient to satisfy all of you. Heavenly Dan, landlord, waved his hand and had his men bring up pill furnaces one by one and place them in front of the alchemist. There were a total of 100 or so alchemist partic. 1 aiding in the tournament, so to speak. However, they were all young alchemists within the heaven old divine race, and all of them were geniuses. To be able to see so many geniuses compete here was an eye-opener. Chun Xiang carefully checked the pill furnace. The quality was indeed good. He was very satisfied, but there were still some who complained. After all, they were young masters. The pill furnaces that they used in the past were all blee ones. The pill furnace with the ingredients is already in place. You can start now. After Heavenly Dan, landlord, finished speaking, he immediately turned the hourglass over and the compet. Tian began. From the start, everyone was shocked, only to see the body of a luxuriously dressed heaven old prince emit a gold light, and even the pill furnace released this kind of light. This is the ancient divine flame. Only the heaven old imperial family can release it. It's really powerful. He concocted 2 sets of ingredients in one go. As expected of the genius of the heaven old imperial family, he started with 2 pills. I wonder how many pills he will produce in the end. Just as everyone's eyes were focused on the heaven old prince, the other fierce transformation dance spirit also made a big movement. Her body started emitting a red light. That kind of light made people feel that it was extremely hot. It was a very strange type of flame. It looked very hot. C3179. C3179. It was just that in the beginning. The 2 most eye-catching characters had displayed extremely terrifying strength, especially the heaven old prince, who was able to grasp such a powerful, primordial divine flame at such a young age. Because everyone heard that only those who step into the world-defying crazy realm can cultivate the ancient divine flames. This kind of flame could only be produced by the heaven old imperial family. As for how powerful it was, no one knew. All they knew was that this was the legendary flame. When everyone's attention was focused on the 2 geniuses, someone with sharp eyes shouted, Look at that human, he seems to have put the 2 ingredients into the pill furnace as well. You must be joking. He had already made an explosive batch of medicinal ingredients when he was refining the pill. Wouldn't it be even better if he were to refine 2 of them now? If the furnace explodes, he will definitely hit someone else. Make him stop right now. This guy will do a lot of harm. Heavenly Dan landlord saw that everyone on stage was worried and laughed. Don't worry, I will guarantee that such a thing will not happen. You guys should trust my strength. Chen Xiang seemed to be concocting pills silently the entire time, but he was secretly observing the fierce transformation Dan's spirit, using the Tao heart eye to carefully observe. The flame that this guy used was extremely strange. It actually refined the wild D's leaf in an instant. The speed was extremely fast, and it practically happened in an instant. Chun Xiang exclaimed in his heart. These pill furnaces did not have any special protection, so he could easily see what was going on inside. A few of the old alchemists below the stage were also able to observe the situation within the pill furnace through faint movements. They were all watching Fierce Transformation Dan's spirit closely, as they wanted to see if this Fierce Transformation Dan's spirit could really concoct pills. As a result, they were able to see what Qin Xiang had discovered and were extremely shocked. That kind of flame could instantly refine a wild D's leaf. This was simply abnormal, but what shocked them the most was that the Fierce Transformation Dan's spirit's flame could actually make the number of crystals larger. This guy's flames were originally made from the Huaquan Dan's medicinal strength. His flames carry a dense amount of Huaquan Dan's energy, which is why there are so many medicinal crystals. Iran frowned. No wonder Heavenly Dan landlord is so confident, so that's how it is. When he spoke of this matter, many people felt pressured. If they couldn't win, most of them would be scolded by their clan's elders because they couldn't obtain incomparably precious pills. However, there was clearly a suspicion that this Heavenly Dan landlord was cheating. His pill spirit was made from a Huaquan Dan, so the flames and energy released by him were unique to Huaquan Dan. He could also form Huaquan Dan. Although everyone was unhappy, there was nothing they could do, since the compet 1. Tie-in was organized by the Heavenly Dan landlord and the rewards were provided by him. Although it was a little unfair, but at least it gave them hope of obtaining a pill spirit. Qin Xiang did not mind. He felt that it would be more interesting to have a compet 1. Tie-in with a pill spirit. Pay attention to that prince. This guy isn't an ordinary guy either. Feng Kuta sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. He uses fire energy to condense a fire array inside the pill furnace and can make the fire energy even more ferocious. The speed at which he refines the wild D's leaf is extremely fast. All right, let's do it too. The main reason for the failure of the previous batch was because we did not have enough time. If we succeeded, we would be able to produce many pills. Chen Xiang said, and now, refining 2 medicinal ingredients at the same time will be even more difficult. With Feng Kuker's help, Chen Xiang still had some confidence. Feng Kuker released a few array formations, and these arrays were able to absorb Chen Xiang's world-defying stage fierce power and release a very strong, arrogant fire. This kind of powerful, unparalleled flame that even Chen Xiang himself was unable to release could only be released through profound formations. And Feng Kuter had mastered many of these formations, which he could release at any time. That prince of the Heaven Old Imperial family should be able to use something else to activate the fire array formation. Feng Kuter said, otherwise, based on his own words, it would be impossible to achieve. Don't worry about him. We'll just refine it properly for me. Chen Xiang closed his eyes and quietly burned the medicinal ingredients. Very quickly, an hour had passed, and Chen Xiang had just finished incinerating the 6 leaves. Feng Kuker told Qin Xiang what he had observed. Fierce Transformation Dan's spirit's refining speed was the fastest, followed by Heaven Old Prince's. Feng Kuter said, They are all at the core formation stage now. They're not that good. Yes, the fierce transformation Dan's spirit should have just been born, so he's not very familiar with using fire to refine pills. And this time, Heaven Old Prince must be chasing the ducks away. He probably did not try to refine 2 medicinal ingredients in one go before, so he used a formation array to help him. Said, Heaven Old Imperial family was not very familiar with using fire rays, because many of the old alchemists present could see that. An hour had passed, said, and the spectators were somewhat disappointed, because Chun Xiang did not explode the furnace as they had expected. Instead, he was very steady. The situation inside his pill furnace was also being observed by many old alchemists. On one hand, to see if anyone was cheating. I've already passed, said the previous stage. Yu Iran smiled and said, it's already pretty good that he could develop so steadily to this step, because only 10 people on the stage can do it. His level has already Serpa. Said most of the young genius from the Heaven Old Divine race. Chun Xiang's words made many old alchemists unable to refute him. From the beginning till now, Chun Xiang had been very calm and steady. Hearing Yu Iran's words, everyone remembered that Chun Xiang had defeated Zhen Minghui before, and he did not come, probably because he was worried that he would be mocked by others. With Feng Kuer's help, the refined medicinal energy quickly gathered together and condensed into a medicinal crystal. He took this step very quickly, and it shook many old alchemists. Even Yu Iran was surprised. When Feng Kuer was helping Chun Xiang, he did not reveal any of his qi, so no one would notice, and it looked like Chun Xiang was doing it. Therefore, those old alchemists all thought that Chun Xiang had a unique pill refining skills that allowed him to quickly fuse them. What they saw next made them even more shocked, because there were suddenly 5 large medicinal crystals inside Chun Xiang's pill furnace. This was Yu Iran's derived technique. Everyone knew that Yu Iran's derivation method was extremely powerful, and Yu Iran had never spread it around. But now that Chun Xiang was able to use it, many of the old alchemists looked at Yu Iran in shock. Yu Iran, your derivation method is actually going to be set on to this brat. The person who spoke was Yu Yen, his ice-cold voice filled with anger, because Yu Iran would rather be set on to a human than to a member of the Yu clan. C 3180. C 3180 popular recommendation. Yu Iran's derivation was very famous, which was also why Yu Iran had such great authority in the field of alchemy in Heaven Old Super Realm. As for why he never said anything about it, so over time Yu Iran and the Yu clan had become enemies. However, because Yu Iran was a genius alchemist, the Yu clan didn't dare to be so hostile towards him on the surface, as Yu Iran was, after all, a signboard for their Yu clan. Now, they saw that Yu Iran's derivative was actually used by the human, Chun Xiang. This made all the alchemists in the Yu clan extremely angry. His derivation technique was not taught to him by me. You should all be clear about how long we've known each other. Back then, when he competed with Zhen Minghui from the Zhen clan, he used a derivation method, which was only at his level. Yu Iran looked at the Heaven Old Divine race people around him and laughed coldly. I know that all of you yearn for the derivation method, but all of you don't forget, this derivation method was created by humans. You normally look down on humans, so you should also look down on this kind of alchemy technique. Yu Iran had never taught the derivation method to the Yu clan's alchemist. It was precisely because the Yu clan's Heaven Old Divine race looked down on humans and despised them from the bottom of his heart, that Yu Iran despised them in his heart. He would definitely not teach the derivation method to the Heaven Old Divine race, people who looked down on humans. The people here all knew that Yu Iran's pill refining skills were similar to that of an anthropologist. Thus Yu Iran's attitude towards humans was different from theirs. Today they had all received a huge blow. Such a high level of pill refining skills was actually created by humans, and the people of Heaven Old Divine race did not have such a high level of pill refining skills. Although the derivation technique is powerful and extremely profound, I have always admired this technique. It's just that, in my opinion, it's only because my alchemy skills are much stronger than yours. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to concoct such a pill before you." Heavenly Dan, landlord, laughed out loud. "We heaven old divine races people are still much stronger than humans. Even if there are a few who are stronger than us, we are still considered part of the minority. Originally, they looked down on humans in their hearts. They had just received a blow, but after hearing the words of the Heavenly Dan landlord, they felt that it made sense. They had forgotten about the blow just now, so they continued to look down on humans. It's enough for there to be a few humans that are stronger than us, because just a few are enough to Serpa all of our heaven old divine race. I'm not speaking for the humans. I just feel that we should be able to be on equal footing with them. You Iran sneered, heaven old divine race people often bullied humans. This kind of thing could really happen. That will be in the future." The Heavenly Dan landlord smiled faintly. "Brother you are worrying about nothing. When the human race becomes stronger, we will be even more powerful." Yu Iran did not say anything else, because it was clear that the Heavenly Dan landlord was saying this on purpose to get the people of the heaven old divine race to approve of his words. Heavenly Dan landlord had been to Myriad Tau before. He was very clear on how strong the humans above were, but he did not say it out loud. At this moment, everyone was disapproving of Yu Iran's method. They all felt that Yu Iran did not care about it at all, as he could not refine a pill spirit either. After some discussion, a lot of time had said, "Up till now, many people had gone smoothly, and there were no signs of an explosion. After all of them were the genius alchemists of the large clans. 2 hours were almost up. There was only a small amount of time left. Many alchemists had already opened their pill furnaces, revealing the Huaquan Dan they had refined. Most of them only had 1 pellet, and only a few could refine 2. What surprised you Iran the most was that there were also those that could refine 3 Huaquan Dan, but the quality was very poor. I'm done." Heaven old prince wiped the sweat on his forehead and then opened the pill furnace. He took out 5 Huaquan Dan which were all of excellent quality. "Mine is also done." Chun Xiang smiled, but he did not open the pill furnace. Fierce Transformation Dan's spirit did not say anything and directly opened the pill furnace, taking out 7 Huaquan Dan. This made Heaven Old Prince's face turn ugly, as he found it extremely difficult to believe that it far exceeded his own. Although it was only 2 pellets apart in his eyes, this was still a distance that was difficult to climb. "My fierce transformation, Dan's spirit wins." Heavenly Dan landlord shouted in great happiness. To be able to refine 7 Huaquan Dan in 2 hours, his level is already far beyond us old fellows. Truly amazing! The people below started a heated discussion. A pill spirit was actually at such a high level, far Serpa seeing the peak of alchemist. It was truly surprising. Chun Xiang sat there very gloomily, because he had already been neglected. "Heavenly Dan, landlord, there's still me." Chun Xiang shouted, "Right, I almost forgot about you. You only have 3 or 4 pills at most, right?" Heavenly Dan, landlord, chuckled as he walked over, and then quickly opened the lid of Chun Xiang's pill furnace. When he saw the small pile of Huaquan Dan, he thought that he was seeing things. However, when he was sure that he could see clearly, the smile on his face froze. Yu Iran also flew up at this time. He was worried that the Heavenly Dan landlord would do something, and when he went forward to take a look, he was also stunned. 15 pills. Yu Iran took a deep breath. Why are there so many? Yu Iran understood the method rather well, but how Chun Xiang was able to refine so many of them in one go was hard for him to understand. Furthermore, he had just seen the number of medicine crystal that Chun Xiang had produced, so he reckoned that around 7 to 8 would be his limit when he tried to condense the medicine crystal, but it had doubled now. This was because after Chun Xiang used the derivation method, The various old alchemists had all placed their attention on Yu Iran. Furthermore, when Yu Iran was talking to someone else, he did not notice Qin Xiang at all. It was at that time that Qin Xiang used the crash method to go against the heavens. Originally, he did not intend to go through with it, but if he won, he would obtain the pill spirit. In order to guarantee that he would obtain the final victory, he decided to go through with it at that time. What surprised him was that the spirit D that was born after the clash, the scattered medicine crystals started to fuse together. The fusion speed was much faster than when Qin Xiang and Feng Kuo were working together. After the fusion, Qin Xiang split the gigantic ball of medicine crystal into 15 parts, and then quickly started to form his own pellets. This made it very easy for Qin Xiang to complete this batch of pellets. C3181. C3181. Several other old alchemists had already jumped up on stage. When they heard the name 15, they also felt disbelief, but after they came up to take a look, they confirmed that it was real. More recent chapter access. The 15 Huaquan that Qin Xiang had refined were all fresh out of the furnace. Any alchemist could tell that with a single glance, let alone the fact that these Huaquan all had their own unique auras. This kind of qi was unique to the ingredients used in Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. All of the medicines in Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa had this special qi. This qi was closely related to the time when the ingredients were being planted, so it was very easy to discern. Therefore, there was no possibility of cheating. That was to say, Qin Xiang was really able to refine 15 Huaquan Dan in one furnace. Although he had used 2 sets of ingredients, it was still very terrifying. Even the fierce transformation Dan spirit, who made Heavenly Dan Landlord feel so proud, only managed to refine 7 pills. This is real. How in the world did you refine it? Has the derivation method been unleashed to the limit? Old you, is your derivation spell incomplete? This human kid's control over derivation seems to be better than yours. I don't know either. Yu Iran shook his head in the face of everyone's doubts. Qin Xiang laughed. I have already won. What about the rewards? Everyone suddenly recalled that getting first place would allow one to obtain a pill spirit. That was a very precious reward, and yet it was actually given to a human. Many of the old alchemists who were watching the show were gloating at the side. Previously, Heavenly Dan Landlord had flaunted his skills in front of them, but now that he had failed secretly, they were extremely pleased. Human brat, you can rest assured. Heavenly Dan Landlord is a righteous and sincere person, and you will keep your word. That's right, the Heavenly Dan Landlord places a lot of importance on talented people. Even if you are a human, your current level is enough to make us old fellows admit defeat. Heavenly Dan Landlord, give the pill spirit to him. You can still refine it yourself. Yeah, you don't lack a pill spirit, do you? Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. It doesn't matter if you go back on your word. No one will say anything. After all, a pill spirit is very precious. It's within reason that you don't want to do it. Heavenly Dan Landlord, you are so powerful. We will definitely not speak ill of you on the surface. At most, we will only look down on you in our hearts. These old guys jeered at him from the side. When Yu Iran saw them, his heart blossomed with joy. At this moment, Heavenly Dan Landlord's face had turned a little green. He was so confident that his fierce transformation Dan spirit would be victorious that he would take out this reward. Who knew that this heaven-defying guy, Qin Xiang, would actually refine 15 pills in one go? Here. Heavenly Dan Landlord glared furiously at Qin Xiang, and then Pa-S, said the pill spirit to Qin Xiang. Heavenly Dan Landlord snorted angrily, then left with his fierce transformation Dan spirit. After they left, the Yu clan immediately rushed over and surrounded Qin Xiang and Yu Iran. Yu Yan, what are you doing? Yu Iran's face was cold as he asked. Yu Iran, you are a member of the Yu clan. Your shop is the Yu clan shop, This brat is the alchemist of the Yu clan shop. The rewards you obtained from coming here to partake. 1. P. 8 in the compet. 1. Taiyan are also the Yu clans. Yu Yen said without a hint of hesitation. Previously, they were worried that Chun Xiang, representing the Yu clan in the compet. 1. Taiyan would cause the Yu clan to lose face, and had even continuously tried to cut off their relations. H.I. plus P with Chen Xiang, ridiculing him everywhere, telling everyone that the Yu clan also looked down on this human kid. However, now that Chun Xiang had displayed such talent and even obtained a pill spirit, their Yu clan was extremely envious. Furthermore, they thought that Chun Xiang was just a member of the Yu clan who wanted to obtain such a strong pill spirit. Do you all have any shame? Yu Iran said angrily, all of you have a layer of skin on your faces. Do you want me to help you all take it off? Yu Iran, if you don't give it to us, don't blame us for using our family's law on you. This pill spirit belongs to our Yu family. Following which, he and the few elders from the Yu clan took out an array disc. Everyone could see what the array discs in their hands were used for, as they were used to trap Yu Iran and Qin Xiang. Although this was the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, the Heavenly Dan landlord did not care about this matter. This was very satisfying to him, as Chun Xiang had obtained his pill spirit, and if the Yu clan were to snah it away from him, he would more or less feel better. The most angry one was Qin Xiang. Previously, the members of Yu clan were in a rush to get rid of their relations, H.I. plus P with him, but now that they were trying to get rid of their relations, H.I. plus P with him, they mocked and ridiculed him. Now that he had one, he dared to shamelessly claim that this pill spirit belonged to them. What if I refuse? Chun Xiang had already kept the pill spirit and said coldly, if you don't, you will die. After Yu Yen finished speaking, the formation plate in his hand flashed with a red light. The other few elders also shot out their formation plates, enveloping the entire stage. In the air above the stage, there were 2 array discs. One of them was above Yu Iran's head, because the other was above Qin Xiang. Yu Iran roared in fury, and the berserk world-defying stage fierce power on his body was suddenly released, causing the earth to suddenly shake. But that was only it, as Yu Iran was already trapped. Even Yu Iran couldn't escape, let alone Qin Xiang. Yu Wei Gang, go ahead and let this human brat give you his pill spirit. If he doesn't give it to you, I will kill Yu Iran. Yu Yen walked in front of Yu Iran. Yu Iran was enveloped by a red light and was unable to come out. Yu Yen took out a sword, pointed it at Yu Iran, and said coldly, in any case, you don't have any contributions to our Yu clan, so there's no point in killing you. Yu Yen had already planned to break all ties with Yu Iran. If he could get a pill spirit like this, it would be worth it, even if he could kill Yu Iran. Yu Wei was the young alchemist of the Yu family and could be considered a genius. Just now, when he was refining pills, he was able to refine 3 Huaquandan, and they were all of good quality. More importantly, Yu Wei Gang was a young disciple who was preparing to step into the world-defying crazy realm. As long as he could step into it, he would be the strongest warrior in the Yu clan. Trash, quickly hand over the pill spirit. Yu Wei was extremely satisfied at this moment, because a genius alchemist was already controlled and could be stepped on by him. When Yu Wei saw Chun Xiang glaring at him with a gaze filled with hatred, he immediately became furious. He punched towards Qin Xiang from afar. The power of his punch was like a beast pouncing on its prey, striking Chun Xiang's body. Bang! Qin Xiang was struck by a burst of energy, causing him to feel pain all over, but it was not a big deal. His body was still extremely strong. Even though this fist did not hit Qin Xiang, it had thoroughly enraged him. C-3182. C-3182, Qin Xiang glared at Yue Gang. Although the man in front of him looked pretty handsome, he was extremely ugly in his heart. His expression was twisted by the negative emotions in his heart. The updates were quick. I never had any connections with your Yu clan and have never offended any of you before. However, because of greed, I wanted to seize what I deserved. I have always treated you guys like ugly and dirty wild wolves. Chun Xiang said coldly, and when this type of wild wolf attacks me, I will not show any mercy. Huh. Despite being trapped by us, you still dare to say such words. Do you really think that you are incredible just because you can concoct pills? Being able to refine pills is nothing. Only when one's fist is strong enough can it be considered strong. Yu Wei Gang laughed loudly. You're right, you have to have a tough fist to forge pills. You can only counterattack when you encounter a wild wolf. Do you see how hard my fist is? With that, Qin Xiang disappeared. When they saw Chun Xiang appear, they had already felt a majestic aura surge out. Qin Xiang's fist had already smashed into Yu Wei Gang's nose, and his entire fist had already pierced into his nose. His fist was deeply caved in, showing just how hard Qin Xiang's fist was. Die! Qin Xiang roared in anger. His fist flashed with a gold light, using world-defying stage fierce power. Boo! Oh. The world-defying stage fierce power burst out from Qin Xiang's body using the heaven-shaking power and the meteor immortal power, and at the same time it unleashed a berserk punch with a berserk force, directly shattering Yu Weigong's head. A genius of the Yu clan had been killed, just like that, in front of many strong warriors of the Yu clan. Yu Iran was also stunned. He knew that Qin Xiang was an incredible pill refiner, but he never thought that Qin Xiang's fighting strength was actually so terrifying. At most, Yu Wei Gang was at the same cultivation level as Qin Xiang, and being on the same level as him. Qin Xiang was unrivaled. Killing Yu Wei Gang with a single punch was a piece of cake for him. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. When Yu Yan saw that his own son's head had been smashed into pieces, his eyes were already red, and his claws had already reached towards Qin Xiang. However, just as he thought that he could crush Qin Xiang's head, Yu Iran suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his wrist. Then, a strong wave of world-defying stage fierce power was released by Yu Iran and poured into Yu Yan's body through his arm. Yu Iran's anger was extremely frightening. At this moment, Yu Iran's entire person was emitting a kind of black flame. The black flames of air continued to spew out, as though countless evil spirits were wildly dancing. That violent aura made the spectators have no choice but to retreat. The consequence of angering me, Yu Iran, is the release of the world-defying stage fierce soul from my body and the awakening of my world-defying stage fierce soul. There will be a price to pay, and the price will be your lives. Yu Iran's cold voice was filled with hostility. The sky had already darkened, and everyone had fled, but because the stage was enveloped by an array formation, none of the Yu clan members were able to leave. Previously, the few elders of the Yu clan had used a few array discs to envelop the entire sparring stage. It was not easy going in, and then used a single array disc to imprison Qin Xiang and Yu Iran. The reason why Yu Iran was able to escape the imprisonment was because Qin Xiang had used the power of S-P-A-C to teleport out. Anger of the madness soul. Yu Iran roared. Black figures continued to fly out of his body, and countless of black figures were jumping up and down in the compet. One, Tian Arena. They all understood Yu Iran very well. This kind of terrifying madness soul caused people to tremble in fear. It was just that because Yu Iran had been immersed in the Tao of Alchemy for a long time and had not made a move for a long time, it made everyone forget about this kind of terrifying power. The dancing black figures could actually easily penetrate a person's body, and they even noticed that as long as they were pierced by a black figure, the person's world-defying stage fierce power would weaken, and there would be an additional trace of death on their face. There was only empty S-P-A-C around him. Although those black shadows were flying around randomly, they did not approach him. Yu Iran, the Yu clan's bloodline flows in your body. You're killing each other. bulls. HI plus T. When you guys attacked me, how come you didn't expect me to have the Yu clan's bloodline in my body? Yu Iran roared. He rushed forward and punched one of the old men in the eye, directly splitting his head in half. Meanwhile, the Yu clan members were all lying on the ground, half dead. Some of them were very young previously, but now they were very old, like people on the verge of death. This was all caused by his lifespan being sucked away. Chun Xiong watched in a daze. The black shadow Yu Iran released just now was too terrifying. You will die a horrible death. A person spoke to Yu Iran while holding in his last breath. The one who will die a horrible death is you. Yu Iran walked over and directly took out this person's world-defying mad source bead. And then, one after another, he took out the world-defying mad source bead S of the other Yu clan members. This scene caused the spectating people's scalps to go numb. The world-defying mad source bead were dug out alive, and their bodies trembled, just thinking about it. Yu Iran is, after all, the #1 figure in the heaven-old super realm. It would be a wonder if he doesn't die after being treated so cruelly by these fellows. Heavenly Dan, landlord, shook his head and sighed. His pill spirit had been obtained by Chun Xiong. How could he not have the thought of Na tizzying it back? Seeing this scene, the thought in his mind was completely dispelled. Yu Iran was already considered an old guy in the heaven-old super realm, and had been there before, so his strength was extremely terrifying. It was just that, because he had been refining pills for so many years, many people had neglected his true strength. After getting rid of the dozen, or so people from the Yu clan, Yu Iran picked up the formation plates and controlled them to remove the seals. Then he brought Chun Xiong and left the heavenly Dan Mountain villa. After Yu Iran left, the heaven-old prince said to the old man beside him, Yu Iran is still very strong. Can you guarantee that you can take care of him? Definitely. If it was before, we definitely wouldn't have expected that brat to know how to use the power of See, but we have already discovered it, so we can eliminate this kind of situation. You saw it just now. Yu Iran was restricted tightly after he was trapped by an array disc. The old man said, That's good then. We must get a pill spirit. If I can get a pill spirit, my position will be even higher in the future. Heaven-old prince laughed coldly. Amongst the heaven-old imperial family, there were many princes and princes, and he had failed once again in coming to the Heaven Pill assembly. He was Serpa, said by Chun Xiong and the fierce transformation Dan spirit. If he returned like this, he would definitely be laughed at. And now they were confident that they could capture Chun Xiong and Yu Iran. It was worth the risk for them, and once they obtained the pill spirit, the benefits they would receive would be endless. C30-183. C30-183. After Chun Xiong received his elixir, Yu Iran brought him and quickly left this villa. They were well aware of the importance of a pill spirit. It was obvious that those people from the Yu clan were willing to go all out to clash with him. Boss, we're going somewhere now. Are you going back to the shop? Chun Xiong asked. No, the shop is no longer a safe place to be. Yu Iran frowned. Did you see heaven-old imperial family and the others just now? I saw it. What's wrong? When Chun Xiong just left, he did pay attention to it. This was because heaven-old imperial family was the strongest. Previously, he was worried that the heaven-old imperial family would attack them. There's something wrong with these guys. When we left, they're looking at us very wrong. Yu Iran said they might catch up to us. Can you use the power of SPAC? Get away from here. No problem. Chun Xiong did not know how strong the heaven-old imperial family was either. In short, he didn't want to be hunted down. Chun Xiong had used the power of SPAC. Bringing Yu Iran along, they teleported away. Moreover, it was continuous teleportation. Chun Xiong was often hunted for many years. That was why he was very experienced in dodging. After he teleported, He would immediately be able to sense his aura. This prevents being traced. Boss, are the people from Heaven Old Imperial family very strong? Qin Xiang had already brought Yu Iran to a mountain range. He didn't know where this was either. Yu Iran floated high up in the sky. Investigate the surrounding situation. He didn't know where Qin Xiang had brought him to. Heaven Old Imperial family is the strongest power in Heaven Old Super Realm. One of them, unless the various great clans joined forces. Otherwise, no one can kill them. Yu Iran said, even if Yu Iran himself was very strong, but facing the Heaven Old Imperial family, he was also very afraid. Yu Iran landed on the ground. He said to Qin Xiang, this place should be temporarily safe now. We can't go back into the shop now. Isn't that manager and the others in danger? Qin Xiang stayed in the shop for a while. The shopkeeper was pretty good to him. If he was implicated in this matter, he would be very sorry. Don't worry. The grocer followed me for many years. Once there was any disturbance, he'll do something himself. Yu Iran said, look carefully at the pill spirit now. See if there's any problem. We were in too much of a hurry. Furthermore, Heavenly Dan landlord seemed to be very straightforward. I very much doubt it. Qin Xiang took out his pill spirit. After a careful inspection, he said, this is a real pill spirit. However, it was somewhat strange. The aura on it is very different from what I had refined myself. Qin Xiang Pa S said his pill spirit to Yu Iran. He still had a lot of trust in Yu Iran. After Yu Iran received it, he only took a brief look. He then frowned. This is a pill spirit that is not bad. There was an extremely terrifying amount of Huaquan Dan's medicinal power contained within. It was indeed the spirit of the Huaquan Dan. However, this was not something that was created in a short period of time. No wonder I feel less alive. So it wasn't created during this period of time. Qin Xiang finally understood why he felt it was strange. When did you refine it? At least thousands of years. Yu Iran looked at this pill spirit carefully. Suddenly he laughed coldly. Heavenly Dan landlord, this fellow. He himself was unable to refine a Huaquan Dan's core spirit. These elixirs have existed for many years. It was made a long time ago. Why is it like this? Qin Xiang received the pill spirit. Then he carefully observed it. He did not discover anything. I don't know where he got it. Anyway, it wasn't something that he had refined himself, or by chance. The more Yu Iran thought about it, the angrier he got. He scolded angrily, this bastard. He actually claimed that he made it himself. He would use this to raise his prestige, and then through this to belittle us. Truly a villain. I really can't tell. This fellow was quite handsome. He actually did such a thing. Qin Xiang also understood. Yu Iran took this matter very seriously, because the Heavenly Dan landlord had been full of disdain towards him before, and let everyone think he was not as good as Heavenly Dan landlord. Thinking about this, Yu Iran was even more furious now. This bastard. I'm going to kill him. Yu Iran coldly snorted. Qin Xiang looked at the pill spirit in his hand. He said, can I start refining it with my blood now? Qin Xiang's Yu Yao mountain villa already had a pill spirit inside. However, that was the spirit of the strong strength Dan, although it was useful. But after all, it was an initial stage, primordial desolate pill. The pill spirit in his hand belonged to a middle stage Huaquan Dan. Not for now. We are not yet stable. Yu Iran was extremely cautious. He said, I'll take you to a place now. I used to live in seclusion in that place for a while. Just as Yu Iran made his move, a golden light shone down from the sky. A huge golden barrier of light appeared around them, enveloping them. This golden barrier covered an area of 100 miles. Qin Xiang was trapped inside. It was impossible to break out of this golden barrier. You fellow from the heaven old imperial family. Get the HELL out here. Yui Ran roared towards the sky. Qin Xiang used his time and SPAC power. There was actually no reaction at all. His power of SPAC failed him. It should be useless. Those fellows have seen you use the power of SPAC before. Therefore, this time, they will definitely have a way to deal with it. Yui Ran looked around, looking for people from the heaven old imperial family. Soon, a few beams of golden light shot down from the sky. 5 gold-armored old men appeared. Their serious faces were filled with murderous intent. That strong killing intent. It caused Qin Xiang's heart to thump wildly. These golden-armored old men were all terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, he was a war maniac who had been on the battlefield for a long time. A young man dressed in luxurious golden clothes slowly walked over. There was a disdainful smile on his face as he said, "You guys ran quite fast. What a pity, still can't escape my palm." He was Heaven Old Prince. How did you find this place? Yui Ran also felt that this was unbelievable. The people of the Heaven Old Imperial family actually managed to find this place. It's just that you guys are underestimating our Heaven Old Imperial family. Heaven Old Prince did not tell Qin Xiang and the others. He looked at Qin Xiang. With a cold expression, he said, "Human, hurry up and give me the pill spirit. I can let you leave safely." "Nope." Qin Xiang also coldly said, "Why should I give it to you? What qualifications do you have to have this pill spirit? I'd rather destroy it than give it to you." "How dare you?" "Teach him a lesson." Heaven Old Prince was immediately enraged. Actually, Heaven Old Prince's inherent skill is quite good. If it weren't for Qin Xiang and Fierce Transformation Dan's spirit, these 2 monsters were suppressing him. He's the best. Heaven Old Prince felt that being defeated by Fierce Transformation Dan's spirit was nothing much. But he was left far behind by a human. It made him very jealous. Now he not only wanted to obtain the core spirit in Qin Xiang's hands, and he even had to ravage Qin Xiang to make him feel comfortable. See 3184. See 3184 after Heaven Old Prince gave the order. The 5 golden-armored elderly men immediately attacked Qin Xiang without hesitation. Yui Ran's body also started to tremble as countless shadows emerged. This was the power of his madness soul, a bizarre profound energy that could devour another person's life force and strength. The interior of the golden light barrier turned dark, and there were shadows everywhere. The black shadow lashed out at the golden-armored elders like a wave, preventing them from acting rashly. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang had also run off to the side. Yui Ran was very strong, although it looked like the golden-armored elderly men were much stronger than him. But after he used the power of the madness soul, he actually had the ability to suppress his opponent. Qin Xiang had already run to the side, while Heaven Old Prince chased after him. Don't think that just because you can kill a genius disciple from the Yu clan, I can easily kill that guy from the Yu clan. Heaven Old Prince took out a spear. The spear head was a gold color and it flashed with gold lightning. After he changed into the long spear, he fiercely thrusted towards Qin Xiang, directly towards Qin Xiang's heart, but he was actually grabbed by Qin Xiang with his bare hands. Qin Xiang had gone through cultivation without a right path before. His flesh was extremely strong. Clenching the long spear that was flowing with the vigorous world-defying stage, fierce power tightly, he only felt some pain. "I can kill the Yu clan's people, but I can also kill you." After Qin Xiang caught hold of the spear, he fiercely pulled and directly head the spear away, while Heaven Old Prince was also dragged over. After the Heaven Old Prince was dragged over, Qin Xiang immediately lashed out with a black whip. This black whip was refined from the myriad Tao divine soil and had a very terrifying binding force, trapping the Heaven Old Prince within. The moment the heaven-old prince was entangled, his body suddenly shone with a golden light. He wanted to struggle free, but a six realms mirrors had already appeared above him. The six realms mirror's mirror surface released a red light, enveloping heaven-old prince within and preventing him from leaving the red light barrier. This was the formation plate used by the Yu clan to trap Yu Iran previously. At that time, Chun Xiang had already used his six realms mirrors to quietly duplicate it. When the heaven-old prince was enveloped by the formation, he was immediately shocked and anxiously shouted, "Golden armored guard, quickly come and help me! Help your grandpa. I wish you reincarnate into a dog in your next life." Chun Xiang laughed. The six realms mirrors had already pierced through heaven-old prince's heart and directly went through it. Following that, Chun Xiang immediately took out the world-defying mad soar speed. However, the black shadow Yu Iran released was too strange. Once it enveloped them, they became as immobile as if they were in water. Moreover, they would roll around with the waves of the water. The black shadow that Yu Iran released did not have any offensive power, but it was able to trap those few extremely powerful golden armored divine guards. "Chun Xiang, hurry up and destroy the array disc above. I can't hold on for much longer. I'm not their match. I can only temporarily stall them." Yu Iran sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. "I got it, I'm going up now." Chun Xiang immediately soared up and quickly saw a small formation plate that was only the size of his palm. After seeing the array disc, Chun Xiang immediately took out the heavenly magic sword and pierced the sword. That formation plate was not made by the myriad Tao divine soil. Chun Xiang could easily pierce through it and destroy the formation that trapped them. After the golden barrier of light disappeared, Chun Xiang immediately ran back to him. Yu Iran said to Chun Xiang via sound transmission, "Use your spatial power and flee far away." Chun Xiang brought Yu Iran and quickly teleported away. I wonder how they caught up to us. After Chun Xiang teleported a distance with Yu Iran, he asked in confusion, "There are many strange things happening in the heaven-old imperial family. They must have some sort of plan, so we cannot let our guard down." Yu Iran said, "Right now, I will bring you to a safe place." Yu Iran took out a flying discs and quickly flew away with Chun Xiang. After 3 days and 3 nights, Chun Xiang could only see a dense gray fog in front of him. A large area in front of him was covered by this gray fog. What is this place? Chun Xiang only saw it from afar, and he already felt extremely pressured. He did not understand why Yu Iran brought him to this kind of dangerous place. "The Tengu beast is sealed inside," Yu Iran said. "It's inside that black fog, but once you go in, it's very difficult for you to come out." "Then we are going in now. How do I get out of here in the future?" Chun Xiang did not want to enter, although he knew Song Yichen and Zheng Profound. He might not be able to meet them inside. Furthermore, there were many powerful Tengu beasts inside, which was very dangerous. It is a little dangerous, but Tengu beastess are not as hard to deal with as heaven-old imperial families guys. Yu Iran laughed. "You can go in by yourself. I'll give you an array disc. At that time, you only need to paw S through this array disc, and you will be able to come out." Yu Iran gave Chun Xiang an array disc. "After you come out, this array disc will guide you to me." Chun Xiang kept the array disc and asked, "Then what about you, boss? Where are you going?" "Heaven-old imperial family, and those fellows will not let you off." "You don't have to worry about this. I have a place to go. If it really doesn't work, I will also enter this place. This is currently a relatively safe place among the heaven-old super realm." Yu Iran sighed. "You are not from the heaven-old divine race, so there won't be any danger if you enter. You should be able to handle those large Tengu beastess. If they are beast kings, they are all very human, and probably won't take the initiative to attack you." Yu Iran knew that since Chun Xiang had 2 pill souls, once he grew up, his powers would become even stronger. When that time came, he would not have to worry too much about the heaven-old imperial family. "Then I'm going in. I'll definitely increase my strength as fast as I can. Chen Xiang immediately rushed into the black mist in front of him. After Pa S, sing through a barrier his entire body S, HI plus Vered because that barrier was extremely terrifying. Previously, he had promised Zheng Profound and Song Yichen that he would help them break this barrier and let them lead his comrades to attack the people of Heaven Old Divine Race. Now that he was here, he wanted to let Feng Kuter study the seal here. What a terrifying seal! The people of Heaven Old Divine Race are really powerful. Feng Kuter said, this seal should have been created by the people of the Heaven Old Divine Race using all their strength. If not, it would not have been so terrifying. Chun Xiang was still inside the black fog, so he could only continue forward. At the same time, he had to be cautious, as if there was a Heaven Old Super Beast King hidden inside. Even though there was a dense fog that was constantly churning inside, the inside was extremely quiet. This kind of peace was able to make people not feel so stifled, but instead make them feel relaxed. C3185. C3185 Qin Xiang never thought that the more he entered, the safer he would be. Even though the surroundings were filled with dense fog, it was very rare to find peace in this place. What the H.E.L.L. is going on? Qin Xiang continued to fly, but he could not see anything, nor could he sense any qi. He had originally thought that there would be many Tiangu beasts that would fly out to attack him, but now there wasn't even a single hair on their body. Don't you have the message Jade Token? Take it out and see if you can contact Zheng Profound and the others. Feng Ku'er suddenly said, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Chun Xiang took it out and sent a message to them. After a while, Chun Xiang saw that the communication jade talisman was trembling and was agitated. Chun Xiang, you're already here? You entered the ancient forbidden land? The one who asked was Song Yichen. Yes, where are you? I'm surrounded by fog. Qin Xiang said, when did you come in? Once they entered, it would be very difficult for them to leave, and he had no idea what they were doing here. Make some arrangements. Song Yichen said, after we found enough myriad Tao sources, we came in. It's just that many of the Heaven Old Super Beast Kinges here are in the process of fusing with the myriad Tao origin, and it will take a while for us to succeed. We are also waiting for your arrival. It was because Chun Xiang had promised them before that he would come here to take a look, which was why they dared to take the risk and enter. Now I'll see if I can get to where you are. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and thought about Song Yichen's appearance. Song Yichen then appeared on the mirror and sat on top of a huge tree, branch. Was very surprised to see such a huge tree inside. I've already seen you. You should be able to get directly to your position. Chen Xiang immediately used teleportation and appeared by Song Yichen's side. Seeing that Qin Xiang had arrived so quickly, Song Yichen could not help but exclaim, Qin Xiang, you're too powerful. That's right. Qin Xiang laughed. What exactly is this place? Is this also in the ancient desolation forbidden land? Qin Xiang admired the beautiful scenery in front of them. He and Song Yichen sat atop a huge tree branch and looked at the beautiful lake in front of them. In the middle of the lake was a small island full of jade-green trees. Earlier, you were still lost in the fog. If you had gone through the fog, then you would have been able to enter this ancient forbidden area. This place was sealed long ago, and very few people dared to come here afterwards. Song Yichen said, I thought things were very bad here. Qin Xiang laughed. I never thought that it would be so beautiful. I can cultivate here for a few days. Oh, right. Qin Xiang, what have you been through outside? Song Yichen was extremely curious. I've been through a lot. Qin Xiang sighed. It's a long story. After that, Qin Xiang slowly told Song Yichen what had happened, shocking him greatly. My gee, oh D, you actually killed a heaven old prince right away. Song Yichen was very agitated, because today their entire clan was bestowed upon them by the heaven old imperial family. They truly hated the heaven-old imperial family to the bones. Therefore, Chun Xiang vented his anger greatly by getting rid of the prince of heaven-old imperial family. Heaven-old imperial family is indeed powerful. I am far from being their match right now, so I need to go into closed-door cultivation here. Chun Xiang said, I want to become stronger, even faster. Chun Xiang was oppressed by the heaven-old imperial family, and he was even made an enemy of him. Just make a hole here. When you need it, I will bring you to find the myriad Tao divine soil. There are a lot of them here. Song Yichen chuckled. Myriad Tao divine soil should be very useful to you. Chun Xiang nodded his head. Myriad Tao divine soil was indeed very useful to him. Are we going to start closed-door training now? Song Yichen asked. The sooner the better. Chun Xiang walked towards the tree trunk, and after that he dug a hole in the tree as he asked, Where's Big Brother Zhang? He went out to play. I'll help you. Song Yichen also helped Chun Xiang to create a hole in the tree. The two of them worked together and completed the task very quickly. Chun Xiang entered the tree cave and created a few formations so that he would not be disturbed by the outside world. Then he took out the pale spirit refined by the Huaquandan. I wonder if I can eat it directly. Chun Xiang looked at the fist-sized crystal and could not help but laugh. It's better not to eat it. Once I produce a pale spirit, I will have a lot of Huaquandan, and I don't need to refine it myself. Huaquandan were still very useful, not to mention allowing people to quickly step into the world-defying crazy realm. After stepping into the world-defying crazy realm, they could also obtain more world-defying stage fierce power as from consuming these pills, and increase their own cultivation. Chun Xiang started to bleed, and the exquisite crystal was quickly dyed red by his blood, until Chun Xiang's blood could no longer be poured in. Only then did he stop. So much blood. Chun Xiang's face had turned pale. The speed at which this crystal was sucking blood was too fast. He was unable to keep up with the speed at which he was recovering his blood. Beautiful, Sijing. How is the strong strength Dan spirit inside? Chun Xiang asked. The baby inside is about to mature. It seems like it's about to awaken. Jiang Sijing laughed. This is a little girl. I had thought that pill spirit would be a man. Is it a girl? The pill spirit that I saw growing up was a man. Chun Xiang found it extremely interesting. All right, now I have another pill spirit. I'll hand it over to you. Chun Xiang placed the fierce transformation Dan spirit inside and handed it over to the two sisters. Chun Xiang had only been in the cave for 3 days, but it had already started to become quiet outside. Chun Xiang, something's wrong, there's trouble. Song Yichen, who was outside, suddenly shouted. What trouble? Chun Xiang immediately ran out. He didn't even need Song Yichen to reply to him because he knew what kind of trouble had come. Several huge crocodiles had appeared on the lake in front. What attracted them here? Chun Xiang's heart skipped a beat. He suspected that the aura that the pill spirit had released had attracted these things. Are these guys all Tingu Beastas? Chun Xiang asked. Of course, but they weren't transformed by a human. They were originally found in this area and are quite powerful. Song Yichen said, let's leave this place. Chun Xiang nodded his head. Killing these Tingu Beastas was extremely tiring, and it would be better to go somewhere else. C-3186. C-3186 Song Yichen brought Chun Xiang and flew out of the lake into a mountain forest. The environment here was not bad, and Chun Xiang was very satisfied. It seems to be quite large in here. Chun Xiang and Song Yichen had flown for a good half a day just now, but he did not see the boundary of the sealed land. Yes, it's very big. This place is a large area of heaven-old super realm. Song Yichen sighed. It's a pity that they were sealed up. All those fellows back then went all out in order to obtain the myriad Tao divine soil, and now they are preparing to reap the rewards. Not only was their race sealed inside, they had even become Tingu Beastess. Only a small number of their clansmen were able to retain their memories after turning into Tingu Beast. The other weak ones had all become wild beasts, and their memories had all been erased. Don't worry, you'll definitely get revenge. Chen Xiang patted Song Yichen's shoulder. If it was a natural disaster, then it would be fine as long as a clan encountered such a huge change. However, this was just a trap. Another clan had persecuted them for the sake of obtaining the myriad Tao divine soil. I'll continue my closed-door cultivation. Qin Xiang had already heard the Meijing sisters calling out to him, because the strong strength Dan spirit had moved, telling him to quickly go take a look. All right. Song Yichen immediately opened up a tree hole for Chen Xiang to cultivate inside. Chen Xiang walked into the tree cave and anxiously took out the strong strength Dan spirit. After taking a closer look, he discovered that the strong strength Dan spirit had already cracked, and although the fetus inside was small, it was filled with spirit energy. It had already opened its eyes and stared at Qin Xiang as it began to cry out. Looks like I'll be able to grow up very soon. Qin Xiang laughed and then handed the strong strength Dan spirit over for Meijing sisters to look after. At this moment, the two sisters had already started to play with the large amount of life force being poured into the fierce transformation Dan spirit. Chen Xiang ate the remaining strong strength Dan, and when he was refining, the Meijing sisters called for him again. He actually came out. This is too fast, and he even grew so big. Qin Xiang looked at the baby inside the Yao Mountain Villa. It looked to be 1 or 2 years old, and not long ago, it was just a baby in a crystal. She was able to absorb all of the crystal energy. Now, she can start to refine it herself. Jiang Ximei said, I wonder how much energy these medicine crystal are able to provide for her. Just wait and see. Qin Xiang laughed. It shouldn't take long. It was just as Qin Xiang had guessed. In just 2 days, she had grown into a slim and graceful girl. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity, making her look even more lovable. She had always used her clear and sweet voice to ask Meijing sisters and the others some questions, which made the Yao Mountain Villa even more joyous. Meijing sisters liked her a lot. After all, she was raised by the two sisters using the power of rebirth. This girl was born to be very close to them, and right now they were like good sisters. Let's call it Jiang Lizi Lily. The name that Jiang Xijing had given her could not be called Strong Strength Dan Spirit, right? Jiang Lizi liked the name very much. She was also very lively, skipping and playing inside the Yao Mountain Villa. Although she looked like a girl, she looked like a child. A pretty good pill spirit is much better than that man in Heavenly Dan Landlord. Feng Ku'er was playing with her inside. Of course, Jiang Lizi knew that she had a master. She knew that she had to listen to her master's orders. Qin Xiang did not ask her to call him master. She only asked her to call him big brother. I'll send her some memories and let her understand some things about the pills. Qin Xiang entered Yao Mountain Villa to meet the little girl Jiang Lizi. After Jiang Lizi saw Qin Xiang, he was a little afraid, lowering his head and not daring to raise his head. Qin Xiang caressed her face. At the same time, sing over the memories of the medicinal pellets, allowing her to understand more about the medicinal pellets and her own origins. After Jiang Lizi found out about all of this, he had no choice but to use a period of time to digest everything. I was actually that powerful. Jiang Lizi could not condense strong strength Dan now, but after obtaining the memories that Qin Xiang transferred to her, under Qin Xiang's guidance, she was able to condense strong strength Dan. To Qin Xiang's great surprise, she was able to condense over 10 strong strength Dan in 2 hours. Her speed was very fast, and she did not consume much energy. The strong strength Dan she created was also for the Meijing sisters and the others to eat. After they ate it, they praised the quality of the strong strength Dan. Lily, try and see if you can form higher quality strong strength Dan. Qin Xiang said, It's just like the memory that I gave you, which was trying to concoct the super high-quality pill. Try using this method, and see if you can condense it. Elder Brother Shin, I'll start now. Jiang Lizi replied as he closed his eyes and began to condense the pellet. Chan Xiang didn't want to disturb her now, so he patiently waited for Jiang Lizi. All right. 2 hours later, Jiang Lizi managed to condense a strong strength Dan. Qin Xiang took it out to have a look and could not help but smile. The quality is very high. It seems like she only needs time to condense something of higher quality. Lily, are you tired? Qin Xiang asked. Not tired at all. Jiang Lizi said, sweetly. Although the quality of the strong strength Dan was not bad, Qin Xiang felt that it was still not enough for him to use. At this time, the 3 girls were in Chen Xiang's time domain. The Meijing sisters and the others were using their power to nurture Huaquan Dan, while Jiang Lizi was refining his strong strength Dan. Qin Xiang asked her to control it for a bit. She would condense 1 pellet in the 9th heaven and then rest for a day. Because the time domain he used only covered the 3 of them. After Chen Xiang waited outside for a day, a month passed, said, It's done. Jiang Lizi held 3 bright, white strong strength Dan S in her small hands. Although they looked white, they emitted a white light, which was different from before. After Qin Xiang received the 3 pellets, he carefully examined them and took a deep breath. The quality is very high. If this continues, perhaps she will also be able to condense a pill spirit. He only had this thought, but for the time being, he did not plan to let Jiang Lizi do it. He ate these 3 strong strength Dan and then began to refine them. In order to prevent Song Yichen, who was outside, from waiting for too long, he used a domain to envelop him. Jiang Lizi also began to condense strong strength Dan S. Qin Xiang instructed her to condense 1 pellet for 9 days and give it to the Meijing sisters and the rest after she was done. This was extremely useful to them. It was about time for them to level up. Please remember, Flying Bird Chinese has no window. Update timely. C3187. C3187. A tiny fetus had already appeared in the fierce transformation Dan spirit under the influence of a large amount of power of regeneration, and was slowly growing. As Qin Xiang refined the 3 strong strength Dan S, he carefully observed the elixir crystals in Meijing sisters' hands. It's a girl again. Qin Xiang frowned and said, Heavenly Dan, landlord's pill spirit is male. What exactly is the reason for the S-E-X difference? It should be related to the person who channeled the life energy. The life energy was all channeled by my sister and me, so all of the elixirs are women. Jiang Ximei said, This is also good. This way we can have a lot of sisters. Chen Xiang did not mind. After all, no matter if it was male or female, they were all able to condense high-quality pills. Several days had said, and Qin Xiang had already refined those 3 strong strength Dan, but he still had not stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. I still can't do it. Don't tell me I have to eat the arrogant core? Qin Xiang felt that he was stuck in something, unable to rush to a higher realm. At this time, he had no choice but to run out and find Song Yichen. Brother Song, I feel that it's very difficult for me to break through by myself, and I'm unable to step into the world-defying crazy realm. Chen Xiang was very gloomy. He thought that eating the strong strength Dan would allow him to quickly break through. The world-defying stage, fierce power in his body had already reached its limit, and his body was very strong as well. If he was unable to break through, his flesh and world-defying stage fierce power would not be improved and would instead be restricted. The world-defying crazy realm is still rather difficult to step into. The problem you're facing right now is that you cannot condense the world-defying stage fierce soul. To step into the world-defying crazy realm, you need to condense the world-defying stage fierce soul. Song Yichen said. Qin Xiang had heard about the world-defying stage fierce soul before. He had released the world-defying stage fierce soul before, but he didn't know how he was supposed to condense it. Do I need to use a very strong world-defying stage fierce power to condense it? Chen Xiang asked because when he previously trained with this kind of spirit body, it was always like this. No, you need to sense the world-defying stage soul river above myriad Tao yourself and capture a world-defying stage fierce soul. This doesn't require anything. The only problem is that whether or not you can obtain a good world-defying stage fierce soul. If you can't get it, your power in the future will be greatly restricted. It's really mysterious. This was the first time Chen Xiang had heard of this. How do I sense the world-defying stage fierce soul? Chen Xiang's face was filled with thought and asked again, after love, how do you feel about that world-defying stage soul river? What is that thing? World-defying stage soul river is high up in the sky above myriad Tao. That place is very high up, and even the strong world-defying stage are unable to climb up there. There are 3 very long world-defying stage soul river S on top, and each is taller than the last. It is a soul river formed by the deaths of many humans, beasts, and other living beings. This soul is made from the rebirth of those souls after they were destroyed, and it has lost all consciousness. It has been floating in the air above the myriad Tao all year round, and over time, it has become very strong and mysterious. If you obtain the world-defying stage soul river, you will be able to step into the world-defying crazy realm. Song Yichen said, "This is the most difficult step to take to enter the world-defying crazy realm. I heard that you can borrow pills to increase your sensitivity towards world-defying stage soul river and sense even higher soul rivers. There's such a way." Chen Xiang thought about it. Until now, he still could not understand the use of Huaquan. Could it be that it can help people feel the soul river? There are some people who are simply unable to sense their soul rivers, which is why they are unable to step into the world-defying crazy realm for their entire lives. Song Yichen said, 3 soul rivers. The world-defying stage fierce soul of the first layer of the soul rivers is the weakest, and the world-defying stage fierce soul of the 3rd layer of the soul river is the strongest. All right, I'll give it a try now. Chen Xiang once again entered the tree cave. Chen Xiang's divine sense, C, had an invigorated meridian, which allowed him to easily sense the situation in the myriad Tao. He focused his spirit on the invigorated meridian, and then tested if he could send his spirit along the spirit to the myriad Tao. After a day, he suddenly felt that the spirit that was focused on his invigorated meridian had become relaxed, as if it had suddenly broken out of its confinement. Could this be above myriad Tao? Chen Xiang was ecstatic. At this time he could only see darkness, but there were 3 silk threads. Could this be the legendary triple-layered soul river? Chen Xiang controlled his own spirit to fly upwards. Even though he could fly, his speed was extremely slow, and he could only go up bit by bit. He did not know when he would be able to reach world-defying stage soul river. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xiang finally arrived at a place inside a soul river. There were countless specks of light in his surroundings, and when these specks of light saw him, they all dispersed, like a flock of frightened birds. Chen Xiang's spirit was extremely slow. He had controlled his spirit to chase after one of the light dots, but that light dot was flying very fast. D-A-M-N it. How can I catch these little things? Chen Xiang was a little angered. He then controlled his spirit and continued to fly upwards. It was only a single layer of soul river. If he had spent a lot of effort to catch a madness soul of the first layer, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? Just like that, his spirit continued to rise, and after a while he finally reached the 2nd layer of the soul river. After a while his spirit continued to rise, and after a while he finally reached the 2nd layer of the soul river. I wonder how long it took. Looks like I haven't made any preparations. Even if I were to head to world-defying stage soul river S on the 3rd floor, I would not be able to catch world-defying stage fierce soul S. Chen Xiang was extremely helpless and could only withdraw temporarily. After his consciousness left the myriad Tao, He anxiously asked Feng Kuer just how much time had he used. 3 months. Feng Kuer said, the Huaquan Dan have already grown up. That's right. Before Chen Xiang attempted to capture the world-defying stage Fierce Soul, he had already used it on the Yao Mountain Villa. Let me look at that little girl, Qin Xiang said while grinning. He then examined inside the Yao Mountain Villa and very quickly saw a young lady wearing purple clothes sitting on a patch of grass. S with her eyes closed, probably condensing a core. This girl had a beautiful oval face, and her face was extremely delicate and beautiful. When her eyes were closed, it made people feel that she was very quiet. I'll go in and see her. Qin Xiang immediately entered the Yao Mountain Villa. At this time, Jiang Lizi ran out from a room and shouted softly, Elder Brother Shen, this is my sister, Jiang Xihua. You can just call her Hua. After Jiang Si opened his eyes, he saw Qin Xiang. Elder Brother Shen. Qin Xiang and Jiang Si had a conversation for a while, and after that he transferred some of her memories to her. The two of them became very familiar with each other, and Jiang Xihua revealed a beautiful smile on his face. And during this period of time, under Jiang Lizi's guidance, Jiang Si flowers had already formed quite a few Huaquan Dan, which made Qin Xiang very happy. C3188. C3188, it just so happened that Qin Xiang was lacking Huaquan Dan. He wanted to try and see if Huaquan Dan would help him capture the world-defying stage Fierce Soul. Access. He obtained a few very good quality Huaquan Dan, then left the Yao Mountain Villa and began to sense the world-defying stage Soul, River S again. After consuming the proud pellet, under the effect of the medicine, his spirit unexpectedly rushed into the myriad Tao, and under his control, it was very easy for his spirit to fly up to the Soul River. His speed is really fast. Qin Xiang gasped in surprise. His heart was in ecstasy. It was because the use of Huaquan Dan was extremely important. No wonder it was useful in allowing people to step into the world-defying crazy realm. Not long after, Qin Xiang arrived at the 3rd floor of the world-defying stage Soul River. Although the specks of light here were fast, with the help of the medicinal power of the arrogant pill, his spirit was able to fly very quickly. Haha, I finally caught one. Qin Xiang was very happy. After he caught a speck of light, he used his mind to control his own mind to sense the speck of light. It's an arrogant dog soul. What use is there for it to come here? Qin Xiang was extremely unhappy. What he had painstakingly captured was actually a dog soul. The madness soul on the 3rd floor weren't all that good either, because Qin Xiang had caught more than 10 specks of light, and all of them were world-defying stage Fierce Soul S. He was very dissatisfied with. It won't be easy to find a madness soul that is satisfied with me, and I can't just casually find it either. Just as Qin Xiang was about to catch another light, he suddenly realized that his spirit had slowed down. I've used up all my medicinal energy. In order to continue, he could only eat another Huaquan Dan. If this were to continue, he didn't know when he would be able to find a world-defying stage Fierce Soul that he was satisfied with. If he couldn't find it, then he would need to consume a lot of Huaquan Dan. Of course, he did not lack Huaquan Dan. He did not even need to refine them, and would be able to obtain high-quality ones. What kind of world-defying stage Fierce Soul do I need? Qin Xiang kept searching. He felt that if he had the divine Fire Soul, he would definitely be more than happy to do so. But no matter what, he could not find it. It was just some stones, wood, flowers, grass. Very quickly he had eaten the 5th Huaquan Dan. At this time he also used a month's time. He was also very frustrated at this rate. Just when he was starting to get impatient, he caught a dot of light. This dot of light was not as peaceful as before and was actually struggling. It was a good thing that Qin Xiang had eaten the Huaquan Dan. Otherwise, his spirit would not be strong enough and he would be broken free by this light. My G, oh D, what the H, E L, L is this thing? Let me have a good look. Chen Xiang laughed, but just as he was about to take a look, the light suddenly flashed and transformed into a sword, SLAs. H.I. plussing at his spirit G. Oh, D crazily, the speed of the hacking was extremely fast, in a moment hacking his spirit G. Oh, D into a mess. This is good stuff. Chen Xiang's ideal world, defying stage fierce soul, was something like a fire soul, but the sword spirit in front of him made him like it even more. Although his spirit was hacked into pieces, he quickly gathered it back together. There are also quite a few Huaquan, Dan's medicinal powers. Go! After Chen Xiang sensed the remaining medicinal power in his body, he immediately used the remaining medicinal power in his body, allowing his spirit to have an even stronger power, and then wrapped this speck of light with it. I've already caught him. Don't tell me he's going to drag him into my divine sense sea? Chen Xiang only had this thought, but his spirit had already returned to the divine sense sea, and that extremely arrogant sword spirit had also entered his divine sense sea. Coming to my territory, isn't it easy to deal with you? Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly, then used his own most powerful divine power to suppress the little sword-like world-defying stage-fierce soul. He unceasingly released the world-defying stage-fierce power, allowing the world-defying stage-fierce power to wrap around the little sword layer by layer. After a period of time, the little sword had settled down and even established a connection with him. Every vein in Chen Xiang's divine sense sea had become one with the sword, and the seawater formed from the world-defying stage-fierce power was already churning in the divine sense sea. The golden-colored sea water continuously churned and whistled, and the light was getting brighter and brighter, as if it was evolving. His world-defying stage-fierce power was becoming stronger, and other than that, he felt that his body had also changed. Song Yichen, who had been standing guard outside the tree hole for a long time, could feel that there was quite a bit of movement coming from inside the tree hole at such a short time, because under normal circumstances, capturing world-defying stage-fierce soul was extremely difficult, especially for those who were able to capture the right one. It would take a lot of time. 10,000 years isn't a big deal, but Chen Xiang was only a few months old. Just as Song Yichen was startled, Chen Xiang walked out of the tree cave with a smile. Haha, I have finally stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. Chen Xiang laughed out loud. Amazing! Song Yichen exclaimed, What's your world-defying stage-fierce soul? It's a sword. Chen Xiang said, Is it considered good? Chen Xiang had not used the sword soul before, but he felt that it must be very powerful because after the sword soul entered his divine sense sea, it caused all of the world-defying stage fierce power in his divine sense sea to evolve and become stronger. Even his body became stronger than before, with a very huge increase. Of course, this is a weapon-type world-defying stage fierce soul. Song Yichen said with a look of envy on his face, Your luck is really good to be able to catch such a good world-defying stage-fierce soul so easily. What he did not know was that Chen Xiang's primordial sword soul was actually from the 3rd level of the world-defying stage-fierce soul. Brother Song, what's your world-defying stage-fierce soul? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Song Yichen shook his head and sighed, then opened his palm. A very small gorilla appeared in his palm, and when this gorilla appeared, it jumped up and down Song Yichen's body and was very playful. Gorilla! Chen Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh at me, this world-defying stage-fierce soul is easier to find, and it belongs to the world-defying stage soul river S of the 2nd floor. Zhang Profound's world-defying stage-fierce soul is also a gorilla. Song Yichen curled his lips. So that's how it is. No wonder when you became Tengu Beast, you were all gorillas. Is this related to the world-defying stage-fierce soul? Chen Xiang had previously captured many world-defying stage-fierce soul S on the 3rd floor, and a majority of them were beast spirits. He had seen quite a few of them, but he had released them after. Yes, it has a great impact on the world-defying stage-fierce soul. Song Yichen nodded his head. In the heaven-old super realm. Even if they are from there, most of their world-defying stage fierce soulless are beast spirits, because beast spirits are easy to capture. With no good conditions, many people would use the world-defying stage fierce soul when they were capturing it. So people like Qin Xiang, who had a unique sword spirit, were rare. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, had gone through many selections, mainly because he had very high-quality Huaquan Danes, all of which were condensed out from the rivers and flowers. C3189. C3189 Pure. Text online read. Local domain name mobile phone synchronous read. Please visit Qinxiang. Had finally stepped into the world-defying crazy realm, and with his current strength he could already move towards Myriad Tau. However, he felt that his current strength was not enough, and the environment above the Myriad Tau was even more cruel. Brother Song, what stage are you in right now? Asked. The world-defying crazy realm had 4 realms, which were the late stage of the early stage and the peak stage. Right now, I am only at the middle stage. I can only capture the second world-defying stage fierce soul. Song Yichen said, the time to capture the third world-defying stage fierce soul has yet to come, and I don't know when it will come either. I can only continue to cultivate and wait for the opportunity to come. Can we still continue capturing world-defying stage fierce soul? Chen Xiang did not expect this. Yes, among the 4 realms of the world-defying crazy realm, every realm requires one to be captured. This can also allow you to obtain even more powerful strength. Song Yichen said, right, do you need a Myriad Tau divine soil now? I can take you to get it. Chen Xiang thought. He felt that his current strength could be considered very strong, and was unsure if he could return to the divine wasteland. Brother Song, do you think I can go back? Both Qin Xiang and Qin Xiang were currently unable to use the Myriad Tau divine soil to forge artifacts, and only Qin Kai was currently in the midst of the divine wasteland. Of course, but it will be more troublesome. Song Yichen said, right now, Zheng Profound and I are unable to go out. Although we have already changed back to our original appearances, we are still natives, so we are unable to go out unless we can break this seal. Qin Xiang looked at the 3 suns in the sky. One of the suns was given to them by the natives. It had always been able to provide them with energy. And I will now bring me to get some Myriad Tau divine soil less. I need to refine some powerful divine tools, and with those things dealing with Heaven Old Imperial family will be much easier. Qin Xiang said, your enemy is the Heaven Old Imperial family. Yes. Song Yichen suddenly clenched his fists. The super young divine altar is inside the Heaven Old Imperial Palace. If we can take him back, our clan might be reborn. I just think it's possible. As for whether it's true, I don't know. Have you guys tried to enter the Heaven Old Imperial Palace before? Qin Xiang asked. The moment Zheng Profound and I got close to the Imperial City, we were already discovered. After that, we had no choice but to flee to this place. Song Yichen said, of course Qin Xiang knew. If they weren't terrifying, they wouldn't have been able to exterminate a strong race. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Myriad Tau divine soil right now. Song Yichen was already floating. Chen Xiang followed behind him, and under his lead, they flew into a patch of black mist in the distance. Is that the place to come in? Qin Xiang asked. Previously, when he had entered this sealed region, he had encountered this kind of dense fog. No, that place is even more terrifying, but that is only for the people of the Heaven Old Divine race and other races. For me, it is nothing. That place was once our tribe's holy land. Our super young divine altar is inside, and a large number of Myriad Tau divine soil is inside. Song Yichen said, when Chen Xiang thought about how he would soon get a large number of Myriad Tau divine soil-less, he became extremely excited and couldn't help but increase his speed. He felt that if he could obtain a large number of Myriad Tau divine soil-less, he must definitely thank Song Yichen and the others, so he planned to help Song Yichen and the others to take back the super young divine altaress, and then help them to break the seal. Big Brother Zheng is so busy. I haven't even seen him before. Chun Xiang said. He is looking for his companions and giving them the myriad Tao's origin. He would also like to count how many of them can transform back into their human forms. Song Yichen said, the myriad Tao might not be enough. If the time is not right, I will need your help. No problem. Chun Xiang laughed. It was not difficult for him. He only needed to use the derivation method to refine it. It would take some time. Then I'll thank you first. Song Yichen laughed. He was extremely glad that he was able to recognize a powerful human like Chun Xiang, who could be of great help to him. Song Yichen had already brought Chun Xiang out of the dense fog, but he did not immediately go in. Instead, he waited outside, not knowing why. Why aren't you going in yet? After Chun Xiang waited for a while and saw that Song Yichen was still watching, he was confused. It's a bit strange inside. The last time I came, it wasn't like this. What happened? Song Yichen frowned. What's so strange about that? I don't feel anything. Chun Xiang carefully checked the auras in his surroundings and didn't find anything wrong. This feeling is something that you can't discover. Only those who are very familiar with the interior can discover it. Song Yichen said, I've grown up inside there since I was young, so I can immediately find out what changes there are. So what's happening inside now? Is it getting dangerous? Chun Xiang asked. If he could not go in now, he would feel regret. I can't be sure, but something has changed. Are you afraid? How about you wait for me outside, and I'll take a look inside? Song Yichen said, if there's no danger, I'll come out again to find you. Let's go in together. Of course Chun Xiang wasn't afraid. He had just stepped into the world-defying crazy realm, and he was extremely confident in himself. He felt that Song Yichen was only one realm higher than him. If he used his full strength, he might even be able to defeat Song Yichen. All right, then you have to be careful. Song Yichen knew that Chun Xiang was not weak, and he had even stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. Just like this, he and Chun Xiang entered the sacred ground that was shrouded in black fog. After entering, a domineering aura suddenly came over, scaring Chun Xiang and Song Yichen to the point that their faces turned pale. So strong! Chun Xiang exclaimed in shock. There is indeed a huge change here. What kind of powerful thing is hidden in your clan to actually be so terrifying? I don't know. This holy land is already very mysterious. Back then, all of the elders in the Holy Land died. I don't know how many of our juniors there are. Although I came here a few times, there was no such change. Song Yichen shook his head. Chun Xiang felt a chill down his spine. It was obvious that there was something powerful hidden inside, and it was something that had just awakened during this period of time. He just did not know what it was. Do we still need to go in? Although Song Yichen was also a little afraid, he was also very curious. After all, this was related to the secrets of their race. He really wanted to go in and see what exactly was so scary about this place. C3190. C3190. Since we're already here, of course we have to go in and take a look. Chun Xiang laughed. Come, let's go in and see what it is. Song Yichen nodded. Although this item was not very STU, our DY with phone course continuous strengthening, it could release all kinds of arrays or seals. It would be of great help to Chun Xiang, and his defensive power could be compared to it. Standing on the 6 realms mirrors at this moment, Song Yichen also felt an inexplicable sense of security. This divine tool of yours looks really amazing. Song Yichen praised. If I had used a little more myriad Tao divine soil refining, I could become even more powerful. Chun Xiang laughed. Yes, if everything goes well this time, you will be able to obtain a large number of myriad Tao divine soil less. By then, it will be enough for you to strengthen this thing. Song Yichen said, I'm just worried that there might be some unforeseen events at that time. It will be difficult to obtain myriad Tao divine soil less. Don't worry, there aren't any unforeseen events here. Chen Xiang didn't think much of it. Although the aura from before was very scary, he didn't feel any sense of danger, so he was more at ease. After entering, Chen Xiang saw that there were ruins everywhere. The buildings inside had already been destroyed, but even after so many years, they did not decay. The construction materials of this sacred land are quite good. After so many years, they should have already decayed. Chen Xiang exclaimed, because when this place was destroyed, it was already many thousands of years ago. The building materials here are all added into the myriad Tao divine soil, so they won't rot so easily. Song Yichen's words rendered him speechless. To actually use the myriad Tao divine soil to build houses, this was simply extravagant. Even those experts above the myriad Tao would not be able to imagine that. No wonder the heaven old divine race was so jealous. They wanted to eliminate this clan no matter what NS. And TCH the myriad Tao divine soilless here. It was just that they had been busy for nothing and did not manage to obtain many myriad Tao divine soilless. Right? If you didn't bring me in, what kind of danger would you encounter? Qin Xiang asked. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew over, causing him to feel a little gloomy. I don't know. Song Yichen thought for a while and then said 2 words. I know that the people from the other races, if they were able to get out of here, would either be crazy or be heavily injured. Back then, when the old experts from the heaven old divine race entered the place for the first time and took the super young divine altar away, they thought that the mysterious power would be weakened. However, the second time they sent someone in, those people came out with their bodies covered in cracks and wounds, and they died miserably. Song Yichen said, back then those heaven old divine race people were all in the middle stage of the world-defying crazy realm. Some of them were even stronger than me. Then will I be all right? Chun Xiang was shocked and worried. No, as long as I'm by your side, that power won't appear. Seeing Qin Xiang's pale face, Song Yichen could not help but laugh. Although Song Yichen was very sure, but Chen Xiang was still a bit worried. The 6 realms mirrors was flying rather slowly, so Chen Xiang didn't dare to increase his speed right now either. This sacred ground looked to be shrouded by black fog from the outside, but after entering it was not completely dark, it was just rather dark. If one looked carefully, they could see a lot of things, and Chen Xiang would be able to see many broken-down houses. This place is the center of the sacred land. Song Yichen suddenly pointed to a deep pit in front of them. Qin Xiang looked ahead and said, Was there originally a huge pit in the middle of your sacred grounds? The pit was very big and very deep. Qin Xiang felt that this didn't seem like the middle of a sacred ground at all. Of course not. That place was originally a square, but because of the outbreak of the battle and the super young divine altar being taken away from the center, it became like this. Song Yichen said helplessly, The sacred ground has been completely destroyed. Qin Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly over. He originally wanted to go closer, but when he got closer, he felt that the 6 realms mirrors had suddenly lost control. Chen Xiang, don't go over there. Myriad Tao divine soil isn't over there. Song Yichen immediately shouted. However, Qin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors still flew over, causing Song Yichen to be anxious. Qin Xiang, stop! Song Yichen urged. I can't stop. Qin Xiang was also worried. For some reason, his 6 realms mirrors was not under his control, and it flew over directly. Why can't I stop? After Song Yichen asked, he also received an answer because he felt a suction force pulling them into the deep pit in the middle. CRAP. Qin Xiang immediately flew up, wanting to fly away from the suction force, but to no avail. You can't escape? Song Yichen shouted in alarm, and then he dragged Qin Xiang. He wanted to fly out, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't send him flying. By now, they were halfway down the deep hole. Haha, all of you stop struggling. I'm going to eat all of you. A sinister laughter came from below. When Chen Xiang heard it, he flew up with all his might. However, no matter how hard he and Song Yichen tried, they couldn't fly up. Furthermore, Chen Xiang also used the time NS. PAC power was useless. Don't be afraid. Song Yichen took a deep breath and said, "We need to calm down." Chen Xiang nodded. Amen. The two of them calmed down and did not continue flying upwards. Chen Xiang tightly held onto the heavenly magic sword and its body. If anything were to happen, he would be able to react in time. Very soon, they reached the bottom. This place was not dark at all, and there was even a dim golden light. This is the myriad Tao divine soil. Chen Xiang shouted in alarm. There were a lot of myriad Tao divine soil here, and it was all over the ground. Ha! You can't take it with you, and I'm going to eat you. The savage voice laughed again. Hearing the sinister laughter, Chen Xiang and Song Yichen immediately looked over. On one of the stone walls, there was an old man with a few swords stuck to his body. It was these swords that had nailed him to the stone wall. It's someone from the Heaven Old divine race, and a member of the Heaven Old imperial family at that. Song Yichen said angrily, "Why is this guy here? All of you, come over here." The old man laughed out loud, his body suddenly leaking out a faint red light aura. A suction force suddenly appeared and sucked Song Yichen and Chen Xiang over. When Chen Xiang and Song Yichen were sucked towards that old man, they attacked him, especially Song Yichen. Punches after punches of world-defying stage fierce power continued to be thrown out. SMAs. Plussing into the body of the old man, but this old man was completely fine. C3191. C3191. You Turkish brats, you're dead meat. I've waited for so long. Finally, you've come. Today, let me have a feast. The old man laughed out loud. His strength was extremely strong, and Song Yichen's attack was actually useless against him. Chen Xiang's hand that was holding onto the heavenly magic sword was already drenched in sweat. If he used the heavenly magic sword's method to kill the old man, both he and Song Yichen would probably be eaten. I want to eat. The old man laughed sinisterly. Eat your grandpa. When Chen Xiang got closer, he swung the heavenly magic sword past the old man's neck and immediately beheaded him. After the head fell to the ground, the suction force immediately disappeared. A divine weapon refined by the myriad Tao divine soil. This is impossible. You Turkish people already don't have a refiner to forge for you. You don't have such powerful divine weapons. The old man was shocked. He did not expect Chen Xiang's heavenly magic sword to be so terrifying, to the point of forgetting to defend. Chen Xiang sneered. How is that impossible? Didn't you see it now? Old man, go to HLL. After that, Song Yichen immediately flew over, gathered the power of his body onto his leg, and then fiercely stepped on the head. Boom! After his head was stepped on, it released a wave of qi. Chen Xiang anxiously took out the world-defying mad source bead S from his body and threw them into the Tianchuang furnace S. That was close! Song Yichen heaved a sigh of relief. They were almost eaten just now. After Chen Xiang took the world-defying mad source bead, he started to dig out the large number of myriad Tao divine soil S. Why are there so many myriad Tao divine soil S here? Chen Xiang asked. Didn't you say you aren't here? Maybe we're in the depths of this place, so it's possible that it might appear. Song Yichen walked over and looked. He frowned. That's not right. These myriad Tao divine soil were obtained from some other place. Could it be that someone obtained the myriad Tao divine soil and threw it here? Chen Xiang took away the myriad Tao divine soil tribe members here. They weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. So much is enough. Chen Xiang was a very easily satisfied person. Let's go back after we go up. These myriad Tao divine soil are enough for me. No, how can this little be enough? Song Yichen felt that it was very rare because he had seen many myriad Tao divine soil S before. All right, then let's continue looking for the myriad Tao divine soil. Qin Xiang looked at the corpse and frowned. Why is this fellow nailed here? Let's go see the swords that nailed him. Qin Xiang walked over and pulled out a sword and looked at it carefully, then said, These swords are all mixed with myriad Tao divine soil, but they don't have as many as mine. Yes, and these swords are all from the heaven old divine race. Song Yichen was even more doubtful. Qin Xiang released the well-informed ghost who had been in seclusion in Yao Mountain Villa for a long time. Well-informed ghost, take a look and see if you can collect all the residual souls here. I would like to know a few things. Qin Xiang said to well-informed ghost, who had been following him this entire time. Back then, the well-informed ghost was trapped in a small house inside the myriad Tao mausoleum, so he himself liked peace and quiet. Moreover, in a remote corner of the Yao Mountain Villa, there was a small house. No problem. The well-informed ghost said, Qin Xiang's soul-absorbing devil spell could not be used on very strong people. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash. If it was a serious case, it would greatly injure his soul. So he himself did not dare to randomly compare it to those people who were much stronger than him. Well-informed ghost had collected a large number of residual souls. I want to know why there are so many myriad Tao divine soil-s here. Qin Xiang said, These myriad Tao divine soil-s were all gathered together by 7 of the elders from the heaven old divine race. When they first took away the super young divine altar-s above, they discovered that there was a deep pit here, and then they all came down together. When they came down, they were worried that something might happen to the myriad Tao divine soil-s, so they poured them out and prepared to divide them up. But they didn't dare to kill him, because if this great elder died, they would be suspected as well, so they used a sword formation to pin him to the wall. But the moment they finished, Great Elder used a secret technique to absorb all the energy from their bodies, so they died as well. After Qin Xiang and Song Yichen finished listening, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, Qin Xiang had witnessed the character of the heaven old divine race. Qin Xiang let the well-informed ghost return to the inside of the Yao Mountain Villa, then looked at Song Yichen and said, They originally wanted to explore this deep pit, but something like that happened. Should we continue? Yes. Song Yichen immediately made a decision, looked at the cave and said with a frown, But there's no exit here. Qin Xiang laughed. We'll see. He let out a large number of heaven-devouring rat and flew all around, finding a place where there was a huge rock blocking the way. A heaven-devouring rat could enter through a crack in the rock and then go to a Pa-S sage. Over there, Qin Xiang said, then walked over and easily split the huge boulder with the 6 realms mirrors, revealing a hole. This should be left behind by your race. I wonder what it's hiding. Qin Xiang said, Let's go in and take a look. Even though I am a native, over all these years, I have always been a beast and never explored this sacred ground that was destroyed. Song Yichen sighed. I must have a good look at it now. Qin Xiang took out a luminescent stone, and then, together with Song Yichen, they entered the tunnel. The moment they stepped into the tunnel, they felt a terrifying aura. This aura was the same as the one they felt before, causing them to suddenly stop, not daring to continue forwards. It's actually here. Qin Xiang H.I. plus Vered, the aura that they were extremely afraid of, was precisely released from the depths of this Pa-S sage. They didn't know what it was. Now we can clearly feel this aura. Although it is very frightening, there is no danger. Song Yichen said, Qin Xiang, wait for me here. I will go in myself. Just tell Zheng profound and leave the matter of taking revenge on the heaven old divine race to him. What kind of joke is this? We came together, so of course we have to go in together. Qin Xiang released a heaven-devouring rat, causing it to turn into a mouse man. I'll let this guy scout the way first. To make it safer, Qin Xiang released more mouse man-s. There were more than 10 of them, and they were walking in front of the tunnel. All right, you have so many tricks up your sleeves. Maybe you'll be there, so I will be. Song Yichen curled his lips. C3192. C3192 Song Yichen didn't really want Qin Xiang to go in with him. If he met with any danger, he would feel extremely sorry for Qin Xiang. Previously, when they met the great clan elder of heaven, old divine race, the two of them almost died. Don't worry. If there really is danger, we won't be able to survive until now. Qin Xiang laughed and patted Song Yichen's shoulder. The thing inside should not be a living being. Although it has a very powerful aura, it does not carry any emotion, nor joy, anger, and sorrow. Song Yichen also agreed with this point. They had only felt an extremely terrifying aura and did not feel any emotion from the aura. Otherwise, they would have been able to differentiate between the two. If it was the aura of a strong rancor, they would more or less carry a sense of pride or deterrence. But this aura did not exist, it was only strong. So Qin Xiang speculated that it was likely something that was released. Something like this was most likely a strong energy source or something. Qin Xiang and Song Yichen were extremely at ease as they walked along the tunnel. They did not know why, but the more they walked in, the more relieved they felt. Even when they released that aura once again, they did not feel any fear, especially for Song Yichen. When he entered the depths of the Pa-S Sage, he felt an indescribable sense of security. What exactly is this thing? Why does it make me feel this way? Song Yichen was very suspicious. I suddenly have a very intimate feeling. Why is it like this? This might be related to your race. That's why you feel this way. Qin Xiang laughed. This is a good thing. Let's go in. Song Yichen nodded, then increased his pace. Half an hour later, Qin Xiang and Song Yichen walked out of the Pa-S Sageway and arrived at a gigantic underground palace. In the middle of the underground palace was a very short and very old altar. The altar was constructed very simply and looked like it was made from stone. The stacking of the stones was not very neat and was very rough. However, that terrifying aura was being released by this altar. What kind of super young divine altar is this? Song Yichen was shocked and then shouted in shock. Even though it looks rather old and worn out, super young divine altar is like this. Qin Xiang had already walked over. This super young divine altar was not tall, only 30 meters or so, and it was not very big either. He had seen many huge altars and things like that, and this was the one that was rotten and small. Is that how you Turkish super young divine altar are? Qin Xiang did not doubt the power of the super young divine altar, but it seemed too weak. Of course not. This is an ancient super young divine altar. Our previous super young divine altar did exactly this. I thought that after becoming an ancient super young divine altar again, this old one would be of no use. But I never thought that he would actually be so terrifying. Song Yichen shook his head. The reconstructed super young divine altar is very big and beautiful, but its shape is exactly the same as this one. What is the use of this super young divine altar? Qin Xiang touched it with his hand, and the terrifying aura surged out again. It frightened him so much that he hurriedly took a few steps back. I don't know. It must be useful. Song Yichen had already stepped onto the super young divine altar. After Song Yichen went up, the super young divine altar did not release any kind of aura either. Why is there such a big commotion from just a touch? It would be fine even if you go up there. Qin Xiang touched it again, and that terrifying aura appeared again. Maybe it's because I'm Turkish. Song Yichen sighed. All those years ago, the seniors in our clan were no longer here. If not, they would have known how to use this super young divine altar. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up, and he summoned Well-Informed Ghost out. Well-Informed Ghost. Let's see if there are any residual souls here. We want to know what use this super young divine altar has. Qin Xiang said. Well-Informed Ghost nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating, using his unique technique to sense the remnants of the soul. Song Yichen had seen the abilities of the Well-Informed Ghost before. He knew the capabilities of the Well-Informed Ghost and currently he was really looking forward to see if the well-informed ghost could succeed. If he could succeed, then they would know the use of this super young divine altar. After a few hours, well-informed ghost finally had something to gain. This is one of the 9 great super young divine altar-s. The well-informed ghost said, I can only gather a small amount of information, although there are a lot of residual souls here because they have existed for many years. There aren't many memories left inside. Tell me what you know. Chun Xiang nodded. When it was very ancient, there existed a super young divine race. This super young divine race was originally in the world of the myriad Tao, but later on, when they obtained the power of the sun, they were able to separate themselves from the myriad Tao and open up a heaven-old super realm. He was originally called the Super Young Realm. Song Yichen said as he furrowed his brows, There is a legend within our clan that after our ancestors escaped from the myriad Tao, they were able to create their own sun and then let the sun provide us with its power. Yes, at that time this place was called Super Young Realm, but after it was separated because there was a division within the Super Young divine race, 2 worlds were separated. This place is called Heaven Old Super Realm, and the other is called Super Young Realm. The well-informed ghost said, You only have 3 suns left, and only the 3 clans remain. Originally, the Heaven Old Super Realm had 5 Super Young divine races. There was a total of 5 suns in the sky. Then the other 2 were wiped out, so there were only 3 suns left. The well-informed ghost said, There were indeed only 3 clans left in the Heaven Old Super Realm. The Heaven Old Orcs and the Heaven Old Divine Race both still existed. Although the Turkish people were sealed, they were still alive and not exterminated. If the Tus were to be exterminated, then there would only be 2 suns left, and the energy here would be greatly reduced. This was also the reason why the people of Heaven Old Divine Race did not intend to exterminate the Tus. Then where is the Super Young Realm? Chun Xiang was extremely curious. He never thought that there would actually be other strong races. These races were all as strong as the Heaven Old Divine Race, but he didn't know what their characters were like. This Super Young Divine altar can open a Pa-S, sage, and connect 2 worlds, but this Super Young Divine altar is already damaged. Well-informed ghost said, According to the memories I obtained, I mentioned that I would need some myriad Tao Divine soil crystals to repair this broken Super Young Divine altar. Chun Xiang looked at Song Yichen. Myriad Tao Divine soil crystals. This is an extremely rare thing. Song Yichen carefully checked the Super Young Divine altar and found a few indented square on top of the Super Young Divine altar. There are a total of 9 squares. Do you need myriad Tao Divine soil crystals of the same size to be placed inside? Song Yichen shook his head. It's very difficult to get hold of so many myriad Tao Divine soil crystals. C3193. C3193, the well-informed ghost, only knew this much. It was unclear how he would obtain the myriad Tao Divine soil crystal. Chun Xiang told him to return to the Yao Mountain Villa. Brother Song, do we need to repair the Super Young Divine altar? Chun Xiang asked. If there's a need, we can continue to tangle with the myriad Tao Divine soil's crystals. I feel that it's necessary. Right now, the Heaven Old Divine Race is at its peak. If we continue to wait, we will be exterminated sooner or later. At that time, they will also have a large number of myriad Tao Divine soil. Song Yichen said, Among the 9 Super Young Divine Races, I believe that we, the Turkish people, will be able to have myriad Tao Divine soilless in the future. Although we, the indigenous people, have it, we have not used it to make divine weapons. This should have been deliberately given to us by someone when we were distributing our resources. I guess, back then the strongest person in Super Young Divine Race had 9 sons, and in order for these 9 sons to not fight with each other, the patriarch must have made arrangements. This way, you don't have to worry about the myriad Tao Divine soil being used to refine divine weapons. Otherwise, the consequences would be too scary. If you control the myriad Tao Divine soil, you can easily annihilate the other races. It was not strange that Song Yichen had such a conjecture. It was because the two clans had always been instilled with the idea of not fighting. Our ancestors told us not to fight, but they never thought that we would be exterminated. He was too benevolent, and never thought that he would be bullied like this by his brother's descendants. Song Yichen said, "Right now, we are all about to have our clans exterminated, and we can already fully prove that our ancestors were wrong. Now, we cannot continue to be wrong." Although there were only two of them, Song Yichen was very ambitious. "We must break through 2 realms and have the other races come over to restrain the heaven-old divine race. Otherwise, we will only be destroyed in the end." Song Yichen said, "The people from the other clans will definitely need myriad Tao divine soil as well. At that time, we can give some to the myriad Tao divine soil and the others to trade with them." Chunxiang thought for a while, then said, "I feel that it's better if we don't break your seal for a short period of time. You guys are safe in here. Don't go out for now. Just wait here for them to kill each other." "But I'm worried that they will join forces and enter this place to rob the myriad Tao divine soil." Song Yichen laughed. "Don't worry, as long as this ancient super young divine altar can be repaired, we will not be afraid of them. If they dare to join hands, they will definitely pay a huge price." Chun Xiang caressed this super young divine altar and once again released a very strong, imposing manner, as if it was rejecting him. This guy. It can't be spiritual, right? Chun Xiang laughed. "Brother Song, try and see if you can communicate with this thing. It has existed for so many years, and it seems to be very intelligent." Song Yichen frowned as he thought, then took out a divine weapon. He cut his palm and dripped a drop of blood on the super young divine altar. After the blood had dripped onto it, it had already seeped into it, as if it had been sucked dry. It worked. Qin Xiang shouted in shock, "Hurry and get 1 more point." "All right." Song Yichen was also very excited. "In front of us when our clan's elders' wars. I plus P the divine altar, they would make us prepare a bowl of blood, and then pour it all into a pool on top of the divine altar." 3 days later, Song Yichen was no longer able to laugh, and his expression was currently extremely ugly. His blood had been sucked out greatly. Chun Xiang had no choice but to take out some recovery pills. However, its effect was very strong because Song Yichen's body was very powerful. It would not be easy for him to quickly recover his blood. "I'll be able to recover after resting. I need time." Song Yichen sat on the ground. "How about this? I'll get a time domain from your body." When Chun Xiang finished, he immediately released the power of time to envelop Song Yichen. Song Yichen had stayed in Qin Xiang's time domain for a month and had already recovered to its peak. This super young divine altar had been neglected for a long time. Originally, the entire clan had needed to undergo a blood sacrifice, but with Song Yichen alone, it would naturally take a very long time. Chun Xiang and Song Yichen had been stuck in here for more than a month, and Chen Xiang had even used the dual time domain S to increase their speed. He had left Song Yichen alone inside the time domain for a few years and left a lot of blood inside, then poured it all over the super young divine altar. Song Yichen also could not remember how many years he had spent in the time domain before super young divine altar released a ray of suns. I plus any finally alive, haha. Super young divine altar suddenly heard a wretched laughter. From the sound of it, it should be from a man. Chun Xiang thought it was the voice of an old man. "Spirit of divine altar," Song Yichen anxiously shouted. "Hee fellow, I knew it when you came. I didn't expect you to be able to get so much blood in such a short time." The spirit of divine altar laughed. "It's all thanks to the human ghost for using the power of time that we were able to move so quickly." Chun Xiang curled his lips. Previously, the moment he touched the altar, it scared him, and it made him very unhappy. "I touched you. Why was your reaction so huge?" Chun Xiang was extremely curious and couldn't help but ask. I'm not used to men touching me. If it's a beauty, feel free to touch me, haha. Spirit of Divine Altar laughed sinisterly. Jinxiang could not help but kick him twice. Song Yichen's face darkened. In his heart, the incredibly sacred Spirit of Divine Altar was actually such a wretched person. Stupid B-A-S-T-A-R-D, why did you kick me? I'm very weak after all. You will need to use the myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal to heal me if I kick you to death. The Spirit of Divine Altar scolded. It shouldn't be broken. You should be made from myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals. I really want to knock on a few of them to refine some of them. Chun Xiang snorted. That's right, yours truly was refined using myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals. If you have the guts, come and knock a few pieces of it. Spirit of Divine Altar sneered. I don't think you have the ability. Don't question my strength. Chen Xiang had already taken out the heavenly magic sword and the 6 realms mirrors. I'll try and see exactly how thick your skin is. Song Yichen anxiously stopped them. He knew how powerful Chen Xiang's heavenly magic sword was. If he really could knock down a few pieces, this super young divine altar would be even more heavily damaged. Spirit of Divine Altar, our people have already suffered from a calamity. Song Yichen carefully told the Spirit of Divine Altar about the events that had transpired of the Turkish people. Serves you right. After the Spirit of Divine Altar heard this, he scoffed. Your ancestor was a fool. I told him to guard against those B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S long ago. C-3194. C-3194 Song Yichen was very helpless at the moment. He was relatively familiar with the matters of their people. Stoneman, the damage to your body is really strange. Chun Xiang asked. Why is there a lack of 9 squares? This must be man-made. If you were really made from myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals, then to be able to take so many pieces of your body, you must have used a very powerful delay weapon. Isn't this the work of that stupid chief of the 2 clan? Spirit of Divine Altar scolded. Back then that guy was tricked, so he took the most important 9 pieces of myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals from me. Without those 9 pieces of myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals, I would basically be a trash, and other than scaring me, I can't do anything else. Why did the old ancestor steal the myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals? Song Yichen asked. There were originally 9 of these ancient Super Young Divine Altar S, and each clan had one was also used by the Super Young Old Ancestor to prevent their clans from killing each other. However, the other 8 races had teamed up together and found a way to break the rules. They destroyed all the ancient Super Young Divine Altar in their clan, then used it to rebuild their own clan and used it to acquire world-defying stage fierce power. At that time, I was the only one left in the ancient Super Young Divine Altar, and the patriarchs of the other 8 clans were worried that I would restrain them in the future, so they lied to your foolish patriarch and let him destroy me. Who asked him to be naturally honest. He was easily convinced, but he wasn't hopelessly stupid, so he only dug out 9 pieces of myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals from my body. All right. Not long after they were dug up, the boundary was separated, and they started to fight. You should know what happened after that, right? Chin Xiang laughed. Stoneman, it seems like you are still strong after all, and those guys are actually so afraid of you. If I repair you, can you make the 2 realms fuse again? Of course it's okay, but the question is, can you get me back? This is extremely difficult. Even the super young old ancestor would need a lot of time to get here. If it was you, then it would need even more time. The Spirit of Divine Altar sighed. Isn't it just using myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals? How hard is it? Chin Xiang did not think so. Aren't there a lot of myriad Tao Divine Soil? It shouldn't be hard to find myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals. You made it using myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals yourself, didn't it? Do you know that I am the strongest one among the 9 ancient, super young Divine Altar S? Furthermore, in order to repair the 9 damaged parts on my body, I would need Crystal Emperor-S as well. Spirit of Divine Altar said, "It's easier to find ordinary myriad Tao Divine soil crystals, but Crystal Emperor are different." Song Yichen's face was filled with despair. It could be seen how difficult the Crystal Emperor-S were to him. Are myriad Tao Divine soil crystals really that powerful? Chun Xiang told Feng Kuter to come out from Yao Mountain Villa. After Feng Kuter appeared, the Spirit of Divine Altar chuckled. "What a cute girl I really want to pinch. If you don't have a hand, how are you going to pinch me?" Feng Kuer chuckled. "Girl, you're not simple. We are of the same species." Spirit of Divine Altar laughed. "If I recover, I can also run out." They were indeed of the same species. Feng Kuer was a spirit born from the seal, and the Spirit of Divine Altar was also born from a divine altar. "Kuer, take out that needle of yours, and let's see if it can pierce through." Qin Xiang said, "These are myriad Tao Divine soil crystals. They should be very S to you. Our dysprosium." Feng Kuer took out her extremely powerful golden needle. Seeing the golden needle, Spirit of Divine Altar shouted, "Don't mess around. This needle will definitely pierce through my body." The majority of me were refined using myriad Tao Divine soil crystals, and only the 9 places that were refined using myriad Tao Divine soil crystals were used by Crystal Empress. I am very weak. Really? This golden needle is so powerful. Feng Kuer also felt that it was unexpected. Very powerful. This golden needle is made from Tao creation materials. The materials used to create myriad Tao. How amazing are you? The Crystal Emperor of the myriad Tao Divine soil crystal can't even take a single gentle needle from you. Spirit of Divine Altar immediately shouted, "Don't try to prick me again, I will hurt." Feng Kuer exclaimed. She knew that her gold needle was very strong. She never thought that she would never hear of the materials used to refine it. Chen Xiang was glad that he did not use his heavenly magic sword to try. Otherwise, he would definitely be crippled. The golden needle in Feng Kuer's hand was far more terrifying than he had imagined. "Stone Man, I know how to refine pills. Do you think I can refine Crystal Emperor-S with a method of refining pills?" Qin Xiang asked. "Well, if you know about heavenly alchemy, maybe you can." Spirit of Divine Altar said, "Of course, if you want to comprehend the various pill refining methods of the heavenly alchemy and master them, there might be hope. You know about the heavenly alchemy." Chun Xiang was very surprised that the heavenly alchemy was actually so ancient. He already knew that the heavenly alchemy was a part of the myriad Tao's divine arts. "Of course I know. It's from the myriad Tao divine arts." Spirit of Divine Altar said, "Back then, super young old ancestor used these cultivation techniques to refine the 9 suns, and Crystal Empress with myriad Tao divine soil crystals were extremely rare." "What a coincidence! I know the myriad Tao technique." Qin Xiang laughed. "I am most familiar with the heavenly alchemy. I had a myriad Tao divine soil who refined this sword before." This sword was crafted using the myriad Tao divine soil. "Is this really a material that you refined using the myriad Tao divine soil?" Spirit of Divine Altar was very surprised. He did not expect to meet such a powerful human. "I thought that humans who knew about heavenly alchemy had already become extinct." Spirit of Divine Altar exclaimed once again, "I did die many times." Chen Xiang laughed. "Then tell me now where I can obtain the myriad Tao divine soils crystal, and at that time I will be able to use the power of time to complete it faster, and you can recover faster." The myriad Tao divine soils crystal was much stronger than the myriad Tao divine soils crystal. Qin Xiang felt that refining this kind of crystal into a divine artifact would be very good. Although his current heavenly magic sword was already very strong, he hoped to be stronger. "Okay, now we have to think it over." Spirit of Divine Altar was already getting serious. After being wasted for such a long time, He also wanted to recover his delay strength as soon as possible. This was a great opportunity. This area has a large number of myriad Tao divine soilless. Initially, the other 8 races wanted to take over this area, but after a round of fighting, Heaven Old Divine Race and the rest successfully separated the other races into the Super Yang realm. Feng Shen S. H.I. Plus said, "The Spirit of Divine Altar said." Afterwards, they annihilated 2 more races. There were only 3 suns left here and now. The Heaven Old Divine Race controls 2 suns. If I can recover, I can take back a new sun. C 3195. C 3195. Taking back a sun was a very important thing to the 2 clan. When Song Yichen heard about it, he was very excited. Otherwise, they would need to go to the Heaven Old Imperial Palace to get back that new Super Young Divine Altar and take back the control of a new sun. The Vertex says, "Spirit of Divine Altar, if you recover, will the clan members who become Tengu Beast recover as well?" Song Yichen's heart ached whenever he thought of these clansmen, especially those huge clansmen. There was basically no chance for them to recover. "I can't guarantee. I may only be able to recover some of my soul, which has not been corroded. When the time comes, I will try my best to help you all." Spirit of Divine Altar said, if he wanted the ancient Super Young Divine Altar to recover its original strength, he would have to get the Crystal Emperor with the myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal. This was the only way. Now, only Chun Xiang was able to accomplish it. This burden had fallen onto his shoulders, making him feel an extremely huge pressure, and he didn't know if he would succeed or not. Song Yichen had placed all her hopes on him. "Don't worry, I will do my best." Qin Xiang laughed. "If I can recover the power of this boulder, I don't need to hide from the Heaven Old Divine Race people anymore. I can just stay here safely." "That's true. Even though I am the most ancient Super Young Divine Altar, I am actually very powerful. The Super Young Old Ancestor had invested a lot in me." Spirit of Divine Altar chuckled. "Next, all you need to do is to go to the place where myriad Tao Divine Soil is and find a portion of the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals, and then use these myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals to refine Crystal Emperor." "I haven't seen myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals in many years. Is there really a place like that?" Song Yichen asked. "You'll know when you go look. I believe that you'll definitely find a large amount of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals." Spirit of Divine Altar said, "It's been many years since you've seen it, and this place is always sealed. No one has set foot in the area that myriad Tao Divine Soil is in for many years, so a large amount of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals will definitely be born from within." Chen Xiang had heard from Song Yichen that this area was extremely dangerous. If no Turkish people led them in, they would most likely be killed inside. Even the most powerful world, defying crazy realm rankers, would be the same. "All right, I understand." Song Yichen nodded. It had been many years since he went to that place. After hearing what the Spirit of Divine Altar said, he felt that it was true. Just as Song Yichen and Qin Xiang were discussing which direction to go, Spirit of Divine Altar suddenly spoke in a low voice. "The Heaven Old Divine Race is here, and they are very strong. There are 2 of them in total. Quickly leave through the other path." Just as the Spirit of Divine Altar was done, a path appeared on one of the walls in the huge stone room. "Spirit of Divine Altar, what about you? Will you be okay?" Song Yichen was a little worried, because the Spirit of Divine Altar was still very weak, and this ancient Super Young Divine Altar was once again destroyed. "Don't worry, I won't be destroyed that easily." The Spirit of Divine Altar urged them, "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if they come, you won't be able to leave." Song Yichen and Qin Xiang anxiously rushed through the Pa-S Sage, and after they entered the Pa-S Sage, a door automatically closed. Following that, Qin Xiang and Song Yichen also heard 2 loud laughs coming over through the stone wall. "Haha, we finally found the Super Young Divine Altar from back then. It was the voice of an old man. Song Yichen and Qin Xiang did not leave. They only had their ears pressed to the wall and could hear the voices coming from inside. The ancient super young divine altar is only mediocre. Big brother, look at the materials used to make this super young divine altar. They were actually made from myriad Tao divine soil crystals. Back then, super young old ancestor was too biased. He actually gave the best super young divine altar to this group of stupid natives. Don't worry, although this super young divine altar was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil crystal, the most important part of it has already been destroyed, and only the Crystal Emperor with the myriad Tao divine soil crystal can repair it. The big brother laughed and said, "Let's try and see if we can take this super young divine altar down. These myriad Tao divine soil crystals are enough for us to refine a set of equipment." I heard that the ancient super young divine altar in our clan was only refined using the myriad Tao divine soil, and this Turkish used the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. If it was recovered, wouldn't it be very powerful? Yes, this is the strongest super young divine altar. Back then, the other 8 clans also waited for this strongest super young divine altar to be destroyed before they attacked. Otherwise, even if the other 8 clans joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to eliminate the 2 clans. A series of explosions could be heard. The 2 elders had already started fighting. Qin Xiang and Song Yichen were extremely worried that this super young divine altar would be destroyed. These fellows should all be world-defying, crazy realms south that are close to the peak. They can be considered powerful existences in the heaven old divine race. If not, they would not dare to come here on their own. Song Yichen sighed. I wonder if this super young divine altar will be taken down. Of course not. This super young divine altar would already be very powerful if he could still be here. It's not that easy to destroy him. Qin Xiang said. The shockwave never stopped, and even after half a day, Qin Xiang and Song Yichen still did not leave. Big brother, this thing is completely unharmed. We can't take it down at all. What should we do? An old man said, If we can't tear it down, then we will have to travel 100 times. I don't want to enter that D.A.M. Ned place to retrieve my myriad Tao divine soil. It's too scary. Yes, the Tengu beast here are also widely distributed. They cannot be hunted on a large scale, and to hunt the Tengu beast, the fastest and safest way is to extract the myriad Tao divine soil from their beast hair. But this is also very difficult. That big brother sighed. Previously, we planned to gather all of the Tengu beast in this place and then control the humans in that place to help us kill them. We didn't expect that it would actually fail. The plan the heaven-old imperial family had in the divine wasteland was ruined. It was done by Qin Xiang and Song Cheng in the morning. We need to go back and have more of our clan's experts come over to help. With our current strength, we cannot shake this ancient super young divine altar. This must be kept a secret. We must not let heaven-old orcs know. And we must not let anyone from the other factions know either. After the 2 brothers finished their discussion, they hurriedly left. Qin Xiang and Song Yichen had to rush to the place where the myriad Tao divine soil was. They had to do their best to not delay any further. If not, the 2 elders could call for strong helpers, and at that time, destroy the entire super young divine altar. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Qin Xiang and Song Yichen had to make the super young divine altar recover before they arrived. I wonder when they will arrive. Qin Xiang asked while running frantically inside the tunnel. C3196. C3196. At this time, Song Yichen's heart was heavy. It was extremely difficult to obtain Crystal Emperor S for myriad Tao divine soil crystals, and he didn't know if he would be able to make it in time. It'll take at least a month. It'll take quite a bit of time for them to come back. In other words, Song Yichen said, in a month's time, are you able to refine the Crystal Emperor that has the myriad Tao divine soil crystal? Song Yichen knew that Qin Xiang had the power of time. But even if he used time domain, he felt that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. It should be possible. Chun Xiang was more confident in his own time domain. He was now a world-defying crazy realm. His world-defying stage fierce power was much stronger than before. He felt that he could use it smoothly while also being able to refine myriad Tao Divine soil crystals. If he used the triple time field, he would be able to buy more time, which was why he was so sure. While still in the Pa S Sage, Chun Xiang used the power of S.P.A.C. to carry Song Yichen up. How far is it from there? Do you want me to just directly use the power of teleportation to go over there? Chun Xiang asked. No need. Entering that place is troublesome. Spatial force will be greatly restricted, so it's best not to use it. Song Yichen looked around, trying to determine his direction. It's right over here. We can just fly over there. I'm worried that if we teleport over there, we might encounter some unexpected situations. Song Yichen said, All right. Chun Xiang took out his 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors quickly flew. Not long later, Chun Xiang saw an extremely vast ocean of forests in front of him. This forest looked boundless, and the most unusual thing was that the forest's leaves were all pale gold. Chun Xiang took a closer look and realized that the soil in the forest was all a light gold color. The myriad Tao Divine soil was a light golden color. If you separated a pile of them, they would turn black, and after being burned by the flames, they would give off a light golden color. Is the soil of this forest all from myriad Tao Divine soil? Chun Xiang was dumbstruck. He did not dare believe what he had just seen. The soil under this golden forest was all from the myriad Tao Divine soil. Yes. Song Yichen laughed. Although there are many, we cannot take away too much, or else this land will become angry. The golden forest looked peaceful, without any signs of danger. Chun Xiang knew that this was just an illusion. This forest had so many myriad Tao Divine soiles. It definitely wasn't as simple as it looked. I'm going to start now. After Song Yichen finished, his body released a burst of faint golden light aura, enveloping the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors slowly flew over, and when it neared the forest, a huge light barrier suddenly appeared. The forest was actually enveloped by a very large barrier, and now that Chun Xiang had successfully said through the barrier, It's not over yet. Song Yichen said his body continued to release that faint golden light. It was even stronger than before. Very quickly, Chun Xiang felt that they had said through the 2nd layer of the enchantment. How many layers are there exactly? Chun Xiang took a deep breath. Every single enchantment was extremely terrifying, and if he was the only one, he felt that it would be impossible to enter. And Song Yichen seemed to have some sort of power that could not be stopped by this barrier and could enter without a hitch. There are a total of 9 spirit formations. These spirit formations are all called Sun Spirit formations. Right now, we have only said through the 2nd level. Song Yichen frowned. I'm about to reach the 3rd stage. It took a lot of energy for Song Yichen to release that kind of pale golden light. You could tell from his expression. Within 3,000 meters of this forest, there were actually 9 such powerful enchantments. It could be seen how protective the super young old ancestor was of this place back then. If your clansmen had hidden here, then nothing would have happened. Chun Xiang said, Yes, but they won't dare because there's a rule in the clan that no one is allowed to enter here. Otherwise, they will be punished by the Forest Ji. Oh, Song Yichen said. The name of this forest is Sun Ji. Oh, Forest, and we usually only enter once at a certain time. Very quickly, the 6 realms mirrors said through the 9 layered sun barriers and entered the Sun Ji. Oh, Forest. After entering, Chun Xiang immediately descended to the ground. He then grabbed a handful of soil and scrutinized it carefully. As expected, it's myriad Tao Divine soil, and there's so much of it, it's like an ocean. Now, Chen Xiang understood why the other 8 races were aligned together to eliminate this divine soil race. They were very envious of the divine soil race. With so many of them and not knowing how to make use of them, it was practically taking advantage of them. He also understood even more clearly why the spirit of divine scolded the divine soil race as an idiot. If the divine soil race only took a small portion of the myriad Tao divine soilless here to refine a large amount of powerful Go delay weapons, he would not have ended up like today. Brother Song, didn't we discover the elders from the heaven old divine race down there? They got the myriad Tao divine soil of Shudu. How did they manage to get in? Chen Xiang was very curious about this. He had personally witnessed the power of the 9-layer sun barrier. They are, after all, the experts from back then. They must have expended a lot of effort to obtain it. But aren't they only able to get one? Song Yichen said, to this forest, a myriad Tao divine soil that was tens of thousands of kilograms was indeed only one. How are we going to find the myriad Tao divine soil's crystal? Chun Xiang looked at the endless sea of trees and felt a headache. There shouldn't be any danger in here, right? It's safe inside. It's just that it will be more troublesome to enter. If anyone else enters without sufficient strength, they might not even be able to survive. Song Yichen said, you can leave it that. Chun Xiang nodded, and then released many heaven-devouring ratas. These heaven-devouring rats scuttled around everywhere, searching for the myriad Tao divine soil's crystal. It's impossible to drill into the ground. Qin Xiang tried it. These heaven-devouring rat were unable to dig a hole in the ground. It was mainly because the myriad Tao divine soilless here had already solidified and were extremely dysprosium. Although the heaven-devouring rat were strong, they were unable to dig a hole. Qin Xiang let the heaven-devouring rat search the ground for a long time, but was unable to find anything. The myriad Tao divine soil crystals should be deep underground. Chan Xiang guessed it was also based on his years of experience with the genius treasures. It's not easy to dig a hole here. Song Yichen also tried it himself. Don't bother with the heaven-devouring rat. Even he had a hard time digging out a hole. This was an extremely difficult task, and it was the only way. They had no choice but to dig it out. Qin Xiang was a lot better, because his heavenly magic sword was created using the myriad Tao divine soilless. After being refined, it was much more powerful than the myriad Tao divine soilless that had not been refined before, so it was relatively easier to dig out. C3197 C3197 Song Yichen was stronger than Chen Xiang, but he did not have to refine the divine tool, so compared to Qin Xiang, he had a lot more work to do. Chen Xiang, there are so many myriad Tao divine soilless here. Can you use the myriad Tao divine soilless here to make a shovel for me? Song Yichen laughed bitterly. Using the myriad Tao divine soil to forge a shovel was just to dig a hole. If the old refiner above the myriad Tao knew about this, he would definitely spurt a mouthful of blood and spit Song Yichen to death. Chen Xiang also thought that it was kind of funny. He thought for a while, then said, "Let Ka'er refine for you." Feng Ku'er had also eaten a lot of strong-strength Dan in the Yao Mountain Villa. Her current world-defying stage fierce power was still very strong, and she herself only knew how to refine equipment. Chen Xiang felt that it shouldn't be difficult for her to refine a shovel. When Feng Kuta came out of Yao Mountain Villa and saw with his own eyes how many myriad Tao divine soil there were, he could not help but be shocked again. There are as many myriad Tao divine soil here as there is sand. Feng Ku'er laughed. There are so many that I don't have any place to put them. But the others are all fighting over the myriad Tao divine soil. Feng Ku'er picked up the myriad Tao divine soil that Chen Xiang dug out and laughed. Back then, Chen Xiang, this guy, also used a lot of time to create a few myriad Tao divine soilless and only refined this sword. That's right. Qin Xiang looked at all of these myriad Tao divine soil and was already numb to it. He had already packed all of the myriad Tao divine soil he dug out into the Yao Mountain Villa, so Song Yichen had no objections. "Ku'er, how long do you need to make a shovel?" Song Yichen asked. It will take at least a month. Feng Kuo thought about it and said, How about this? I will use the dual time domain. That way, as long as we wait outside for one day, it will take you 30 months to refine 30 shovels. Qin Xiang said. All right. When Feng Kuo entered the Yu Yao Mountain Villa, he released a time domain for her alone. Qin Xiang wanted so many spades to give to the mouse man. After a day, Feng Kuo had successfully refined 30 shovels, all made from myriad Tao divine soil. Because the most important part was digging. She had refined them roughly, but it was very useful. Song Yichen was digging very happily right now. Originally wanted to use the world-defying stage fierce power to continuously attack and create a deep pit, but it was simply impossible. These myriad Tao divine soil S already possessed the ability to quickly absorb the world-defying stage fierce power. So even if he and Song Yichen combined a punch on the ground, the entire ground would not tremble at all, and the world-defying stage fierce power would be completely absorbed by the large number of myriad Tao divine soil. There's no way we can continue digging like this. He, 20 to 30 Mouse Man S and Song Yichen had already dug a huge hole that was 300 meters deep. What surprised him was that 300 meters below him, it was still the myriad Tao divine soil. Keep digging. Song Yichen rested for a while. They had no choice but to continue. They had only been in the forest for 2 days. They dug for another few hundred feet, and suddenly they found ordinary rock and soil. It was no longer the myriad Tao divine soil level, and it was only about as thick as 300 feet. Motherf asterisk cur, we dug for nothing. Song Yichen scolded, and then flew up. At the very least, I got quite a few myriad Tao divine soil less. Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed bitterly. At this time, he and Song Yichen were sitting beside the deep pit, discussing how to find the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Elder brother Shin, I heard that there is a very special kind of tree outside that grew from the myriad Tao divine soil. We want to go out and take a look. Jiang Xijing said from the Yu Yao Mountain Villa. Sure. Qin Xiang immediately let the 2 sisters out. Jiang Xihua and Jiang Lizi were rather free in there, because they could condense divine pellets when they were resting. These divine pellets were for themselves, or perhaps Feng Kuo. On the other hand, the 2 Meijing sisters S were not in a rush. They were taking care of all kinds of ingredients and teaching the 2 elixir spirit cores, Jiang Xihua and Jiang Lizi. They were alchemists with an extremely high innate talent in alchemy and had been born with special alchemy skills. Seeing a pair of beautiful twin sisters come out, Song Yichen secretly despised Qin Xiang for hiding such a beauty. H.E.L. Lo, brother Song. They greeted Song Yichen very politely. H.E.L. Lo, everyone. Song Yichen laughed. Qin Xiang really knows how to enjoy life. Pa. They are just my friends. Don't think too much. Qin Xiang said. They are extremely proficient in medicinal herbs. I want them to come out and take a look at the trees here. Having interacted with plants and flowers all year round, they already possessed an ability to communicate with plants. This was something that many people did not have. Meijing sisters looked at a big tree, gently caressed it, and then closed his eyes. Qin Xiang, was this sword refined by Ko'er? Song Yichen asked. He also wanted one, and one that was refined using myriad Tao divine soil crystals. This would greatly increase his strength. No, it's a guy called Qin Kai. He was born from the Heaven Old Orcs and the Heaven Old Divine race. Qin Xiang said. What a pitiful guy, but he knows how to refine, and his future is not too bad. Moreover, he should have understood this since he was born, and is considered a talent in the Heaven Old Divine race. It's a pity that the Heaven Old Divine race won't accept him. Song Yichen had a rather good understanding of the Heaven Old Divine race. Yes, that's why he appeared inside the divine wasteland with Heaven Old Orcs and met me afterwards. Qin Xiang laughed. Elder brother Shin, we found something. Jiang Ximei suddenly shouted. What discovery? Qin Xiang was shocked. She anxiously walked over, with Song Yichen following closely behind. There is something under the big tree. These trees can absorb the nutrients in the myriad Tao divine soil and then condense something in the middle of the tree roots. Jiang Xijing said, "That thing should be the myriad Tao divine soil crystal that you are looking for." Qin Xiang looked at Song Yichen and asked, "Is that possible? Have you ever dug these trees before?" Song Yichen frowned. "I really never dug up a tree before, but these trees have grown for a long time. They are all gold. I think it's possible. There's no need to dig out the tree and have Coeur refine a hollow tube. Just insert the heart into the bottom of the tree root and take that thing out." Jiang Ximei said, "This way it won't cause any damage to the big tree." In this place, Chen Xiang was unable to use the power of SPAC, so he could not retrieve items through the air, so he could only use normal methods. Feng Coeur very quickly refined a very large pipe, big enough to fit inside a watermelon. "Where?" Qin Xiang looked at Mei Jing sisters and the others and asked, "Can you guys determine the exact location?" Chen Xiang couldn't see it, even if he used the Dao Hard Eye, and he didn't dare to randomly insert it either. He was worried that he would destroy these big trees, since these big trees could condense myriad Tao divine soil crystals. C3198. C3198 Jiang Ximei was also afraid that she would destroy the big trees if she wanted to. It would not be easy for these big trees to grow to this extent. If she destroyed them, she would feel pain in her heart. After all, this was not an ordinary tree, but a very unique type of tree. A slant against a slant, a slant against a slant. Qin Xiang asked Jiang Ximei to carry it out. She had previously communicated with the big tree before and knew where the mysterious thing was. Then she said to Qin Xiang, "Try and see if you can get an heaven-devouring rat to take out the thing inside. It's not very big, so the heaven-devouring rat should be able to take it out." Qin Xiang released a heaven-devouring rat and had it enter the big tree from the pipe. Then he made the heaven-devouring rat's eyes emit a white light, illuminating the inside of the tree. Soon enough, he saw a black object. He quickly asked the heaven-devouring rat to take it out. The black crystal was not really that big. It was only the size of a thumb. "Brother Song, are these myriad Tao divine soil crystals?" The moment Qin Xiang took it out, Song Yichen puzzledly frowned. He was not very sure, or else he would have recognized him a long time ago. After Song Yichen received it, he took a careful look at it, then shook his head and said, "I'm sure. If you want to confirm whether or not this is a myriad Tao divine soil crystal, you can only try with your sword." "How do you want to test it?" Qin Xiang asked. "Let's see if we can cut it open. If we can't, then this is the myriad Tao divine soil crystal." Song Yichen said, "All of the myriad Tao divine soil crystals I have seen before are light gold, but this piece is black." Qin Xiang placed the black crystal on the ground. He tried using the heavenly magic sword and was unable to cut it off easily. It seems that these are myriad Tao divine soil crystals without a doubt. Qin Xiang laughed. He did not dare to continue trying, and was worried that the heavenly magic sword would break. Song Yichen was also relieved and laughed. "I finally found it. I didn't expect it to be under the big tree. There are so many big trees here. There should be a lot of myriad Tao divine soil crystals. Coeur, go get it with Xijing and Mei Mei. I'll try to refine this myriad Tao divine soil crystal here." After Qin Xiang finished, he said to Song Yichen again, "Big brother Song, go and protect them." All right. Only the Mei Jing sisters and the rest were able to confirm the location of the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Now that he had their help, they would be able to search for the myriad Tao divine soil crystal much faster. Qin Xiang took out the Tianchuang furnace, placed the piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal inside, and then released the most powerful, arrogant flame to refine. He was already able to use a large amount of world-defying stage fierce power to condense the proud flame, and his flames were much stronger than the previous world-defying God fire. This thing isn't easy to melt. Chun Xiang had burned inside the time domain for more than 10 days, and the myriad Tao divine soil crystal was only the layer of black on its surface. He burned for another half a month, a total of 1 month, but there was no progress. When he came out of the time domain, it was already dark outside. Mei Jing sisters, Feng Ku'er and Song Yichen were all looking at him. Chun Xiang shook his head, then took out that piece of pale golden myriad Tao divine soil crystal from the Tianchuang furnace, and said, "You have consecutively burned it for a month, but this piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal is still ice cold." He threw the myriad Tao divine soil crystal to Song Yichen. After Song Yichen received it from him, he sighed helplessly. Myriad Tao divine soil crystals are just like this. It's extremely difficult to refine, and they already possess an extremely strong defensive power. It's probably because your flames are unable to break through its defense, causing it to be unable to heat up. Chun Xiang nodded her head. That's exactly the case. The myriad Tao divine soil crystal has a very, very strong defensive power. It is not afraid of fire or ice. If it is used to refine protective divine armor, no one would dare imagine. The myriad Tao divine soil crystal was already that powerful. How could the crystal emperor inside the myriad Tao divine soil crystal be so powerful? What Chun Xiang admired was that super young old ancestor actually used myriad Tao divine soil crystals to build a super young divine altar. Spirit of divine altar, what you can refine, isn't he capable of refining as long as he can control the heavenly alchemy? Song Yichen said, "Think carefully, is there any other possibility?" Chun Xiang nodded. He had tried many different types of refining methods in the time domain, but none of them were able to break the defense of the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. How many myriad Tao divine soil crystals did you manage to get? Chun Xiang asked. Over $1,000. Jiang Ximei said, "There's still a lot left. I wonder if 1,000 pieces is enough?" "I don't know. After you all have rested, go and continue mining for myriad Tao divine soil crystals. I will think about it carefully myself and see how I can refine it." Chun Xiang said, and then entered the time domain. They needed to fix that super young divine altar before he returned. Only by doing this would they be able to escape. If not, the heaven old divine race would be able to increase their power by a lot, which was something that Chun Xiang and the rest did not want to see. Is there really no other way? Chun Xiang slapped his head. He could not think of any way. If he wanted to use the myriad Tao divine soil crystals to refine Crystal Emperor, he had to first melt all the myriad Tao divine soil crystals, and then compress a large amount of energy, like how he used to concoct pills, causing the quality of the crystals to continuously improve and finally reach a limit. This was the thought process of him refining the Crystal Emperor, but right now he could not cross over the first step and could not advance at all. Is my flame not strong enough? Chun Xiang frowned. His flames were condensed using the world-defying stage fierce power, and Song Yichen's flames before were strong as well. However, he felt that if he could condense such a flame, wouldn't that mean that anyone could use the world-defying stage fierce power to condense it? Then this kind of flame should be very ordinary. It can even be condensed by a person from the world-defying crazy realm. Truly powerful flames should be very difficult to condense. Looks like I have to find Spirit of Divine Altar to ask. Chun Xiang came out from the time domain. Brother Song, looks like we need to stop immediately. I need to go back and find the Spirit of Divine Altar. Chun Xiang said, I feel that my flames aren't strong enough. I need to think of a way to level up. All right, Song Yichen said as he nodded his head. Chun Xiang let the Mei Jing sisters and the others enter the Yu Yao Mountain Villa and then left the Sunji, forest with Song Yichen. After returning to the stone room where the ancient super young divine altar S were, Chun Xiang immediately asked the Spirit of Divine Altar S inside. Stone Golem, my flame isn't strong enough. How can I raise it? After Qin Xiang asked this question, he kicked Super Young Divine Altar twice. C3199. C3199 Spirit of Divine Altar needed Qin Xiang's help, so he was more polite. Although he had been kicked twice, he could only groan lightly. I didn't expect your flame to be so weak. When Spirit of Divine Altar saw the flame that Qin Xiang had released, he said in disdain, I had thought that you had mastered the heavenly alchemy and possessed a pretty good fire refining divine art yourself. I used to have it, but that was only for cultivating world-defying fire. I didn't cultivate world-defying stage fierce soul. Qin Xiang said, Do you have any cultivation techniques related to this? I don't have a cultivation method, but I do have a method to help you cultivate a strong flame. It's also faster. Spirit of Divine Altar said, That's right. It's just troublesome. What kind of trouble? Song Yichen said, It shouldn't be difficult, right? Could it be that it's not that difficult? The reason it's so troublesome is because you need to set up a huge array and you need to use myriad Tao Divine soil crystals to set it up. In total, it requires more than 3,000 myriad Tao Divine soil crystals. Spirit of Divine Altar said, After the formation is set up, when the Great Formation is activated, those myriad Tao Divine soil crystals will become useless. What are the benefits of setting up a great array? Qin Xiang asked Feng Kuter to come out. This was what Feng Kuter was most familiar with. The main purpose of setting up this great formation is to condense the sun-fire seed from the three suns. After condensing the sun-fire seed, then the sun-fire seed will go to the world-defying stage soul river above myriad Tao to search for the flame madness soul. If you fuse the fire seed with a fire madness soul, and then fuse with this fire seed, then the fire seed will belong to you. Spirit of Divine Altar said, Only Super Young Old Ancestor knows how to set up this great formation. He was the one who taught me to do so. After Qin Xiang heard this, he felt that this method would work. This isn't a problem. Just tell Ke'er the method of setting up the formation. Qin Xiang looked at Feng Kuer and said, All right, little girl, I will pa S on the memories of the formation to you right now. The Spirit of Divine Altar suddenly flashed with a ray of light aura, and the light aura entered Feng Kuter's body. Did you see that? Spirit of Divine Altar asked. I saw it. Feng Kuer nodded. It is indeed troublesome. However, this is not a problem. You guys can settle it yourselves. I believe that you will definitely succeed. Spirit of Divine Altar said. However, if the Tinder array is activated, no matter what movement it makes, the other races would definitely discover it. Regardless of them, as long as Qin Xiang possesses strong enough flames, he will be able to quickly refine Crystal Emperor S. At that time, as long as this ancient Super Young Divine Altar is restored, there is nothing for us to be afraid of. Song Yichen said, After returning to the Sun Ji, deforest, Feng Kuer told Qin Xiang to give her the 3,000 Mouse Man S and allow her to control them. She wanted them to be used to set up a formation, so the formation would be bigger when the time comes. Song Yichen found an empty S, P-A-C in the Sun Ji, deforest, which was where he had set up the array. Mei Jing sisters went to get the myriad Tao Divine soil crystals, so he needed a lot of them to set up the array. Every day, they were able to get 1,000 myriad Tao Divine soil crystals. In just 2 days, they managed to get more than 2,000, and adding the previous 1,000, it was already enough to set up the formation. I'll have to trouble you guys next. Qin Xiang said, I'm fine. Jiang Simei stuck out his tongue at Qin Xiang. Little sister and I have nothing to do anyway. Qin Xiang came to that SPA Sias area and asked, How long will it take for the arrangements to be completed? It will be completed in 2 days. Feng Kuer laughed. With the help of these mouse man, I can relax a lot. Right when the time comes, you will need to sit in the center of the formation, and you will also need to bleed. Fong Ku'er said at this time she had already dug out many lines in the vastas. These were all spirit grain. It was extremely complicated. These myriad Tao divine soil crystals were placed evenly on the pattern. When Fong Ku'er was digging, she controlled several mouse manas to dig together, so she could complete it quickly. If she had enough shovels, she could dig even faster. The main reason was that this place was the myriad Tao divine soil, and only by using the shovel forged by the myriad Tao divine soil could one easily dig out this place. All right. After Fong Ku'er finished placing the myriad Tao divine soil crystals inside, he clapped his hands. She had a total of 3 days. It's your turn. Bleed. Fong Ku'er said, I need your blood. The sunfire seed that I condense will be under your control, and only then will it fuse with you. How much blood do I need to bleed? Qinxiang asked. Just fill up the patterns here, and let your blood fill up the spirit grain here. Fong Ku'er laughed. This is not easy. Qinxiang swallowed his saliva. A few days had said, and Qinxiang's blood had finally covered all of the spirit grain S. If it was only him, he would not have been able to complete it so quickly. Next, you need to sit in the middle. Fong Ku'er said there was a place in the array for him to sit cross-legged. After Qinxiang floated over, he asked, What's next? After that, you will insert the world-defying stage fierce power and use it to revive the entire array. Fong Ku'er said. Qinxiang closed his eyes and sent out waves after waves of world-defying stage fierce power, allowing this wave of world-defying stage fierce power to cover all the spirit grain and wake the entire array. Very quickly, the black-colored myriad Tao divine soil crystals inside the large formation released a faint golden light aura, and the black color on the surface disappeared. Furthermore, the blood Qinxiang previously released had already become golden. The spirit grain in the big array had already turned into a dazzling golden light, which was extremely beautiful. What's next? Qinxiang asked again. Next up, just wait for the spark to appear in your divine sense sea. Fong Ku'er said, After that we will need Huaquan Dan, because at that time your mind will need to head to world-defying stage Soul River. Jiangxi Hua had already condensed quite a few arrogant core inside, so he did not need to worry about this. 2 hours after the great array opened, the 3 suns in the sky began to emit rays of light that were like golden clouds that were sucked into the array. If one were to look from a distance, they would see the 3 suns emit rays of light that shot into the ground, converging together in one place. Inside Heaven Old Imperial Palace, a gold-robed elderly stood on top of a tall tower, looking at the 3 threads released by the 3 suns, his brows knitted together. Emperor, you saw it, right? An old man flew up from below and landed behind Heaven Old Emperor. I saw it, the legendary tinder array. I didn't expect it to not be lost. From the direction, it should be the direction of the divine soil restricted area. What exactly happened inside? The Heaven Old Emperor coldly said, Who else knows about this great formation? What is the purpose of activating this great formation? I don't know. In short, many unforeseen events occurred in the divine soil restricted area. As far as I know, previously the people from Moon King went in there and made a huge discovery. As for what was discovered, I don't know. The old man said, Hurry up and investigate. The Heaven Old Emperor snorted in anger. Moon King and his group of people are actually sneaking around under my nose. C-3200. C-3200 Qinxiang and the others knew that the commotion would be huge, so they were already mentally prepared. Fortunately, they were inside the Sun Ji, deforest, so they didn't need to worry about people disturbing them. Qinxiang, are you all right? Fong Ku'er asked from outside the great array. No, everything is fine. Qinxiang was so huge that he could only feel a warm energy flood into his body from all directions, and then enter the divine sense CS. How long will it last? Song Yichen asked. Only Feng Kuo knew about this formation. 1 day, 2 days, or even 3 days is possible. Feng Kuo shook his head. I'm not too sure either. In short, I'll finish it in a few days. After 2 days, the golden light released by the tinder array became weaker and weaker. Chun Xiang could already see that within his own divine sense there was a fire elemental that was jumping around. The prideful sword soul within the world, defying mad source bead, was also trembling. It was unknown whether or not it was welcoming this new partner of his. Success! I need to go to the world, defying stage soul river. After Chun Xiang saw that sun appear successfully, he immediately felt that his fire seed had already been completed. Just when he was about to divide his attention to go to the world, defying stage soul river, he felt that his fire seed already had a very close relations. I plus P with him. What? Chun Xiang was shocked. After he connected with the fire seed, he actually sensed that there was something flying out from the fire seed. This fire elemental actually knew how to go to the world defying stage soul river to search for the world defying stage fierce soul. At this time, even though the great formation had dimmed down, it was still in operation because the myriad Tao divine soil crystals were all flas. Plussing with light. Since the fire seed can search for the world defying stage fierce soul itself, there's no need for me to worry. Chun Xiang's mind followed the release of the fire spirit that was released by the fire seed. He could see how fast the fire spirit was. That light was world defying stage fierce soul on the 3rd floor of the world defying stage soul river. It could easily fuse with this world defying stage fierce soul. Chun Xiang's divine sense burst with light as the intense sunlight plus ned down onto every corner of the divine sense The fire seed had already successfully merged with the world defying stage fierce soul and was slowly fusing with Chun Xiang. In just half a day, he had completed the fusion process. This process did not make Chun Xiang feel any pain. Everything went extremely smoothly and was much easier than he had imagined. The myriad Tao divine soil crystals have turned to as H. Plus, although Feng Kuo knew about it, he couldn't help but be surprised. He said, "These myriad Tao divine soil crystals are all extremely STU. Are DY, but they have turned into ashes now." Chun Xiang also saw this and nodded. "Quick, take a look at your flame and see if it has risen in rank." Song Yichen asked anxiously. He had never seen any strong flames before. He thought that the flames condensed from the world defying stage fierce power were strong enough. Chun Xiang opened his palm and released a ball of flame. The ball of fire began to flicker extremely violently, and the light it released was as dazzling as the noon sun, and it could not be stared at for too long. "This is the sun madness fire!" Feng Kuo exclaimed. At this moment, she was already sweating profusely, and so was Song Yichen, but when the firelight shot over, they only felt that their skin was extremely hot. If they did not use the world-defying stage fierce power to block the scorching heat from entering their bodies, they would definitely feel extremely uncomfortable. Chun Xiang immediately kept the flames. He was very excited in his heart. He knew that obtaining this kind of sun madness fire would greatly increase his strength. "That's great. I should be able to quickly refine the Crystal Emperor next." Chun Xiang said blissfully. Mei Jing sisters had been taking myriad Tao divine soil crystals from the tree roots for the past few days, and they had given Chun Xiang over 3,000. Chun Xiang brought Feng Kuo and found a quiet place before releasing the time domain. Triple time field. After Chun Xiang released the triple time field, he stayed inside for 75 years. Outside, he only spent 1 day. He knew, even if he had the flames that could melt myriad Tao divine soil crystals, it would still take a very long time to refine a Crystal Emperor. It was definitely not easy, otherwise the super young old ancestor would have refined more than just 9 of them. It was refined, but it was also not easy. Chunxiang took a month to melt a piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Then he placed more than 1,000 pieces of myriad Tao divine soil crystals into the Tianchuang furnace and released his strongest Sun Madness fire to be burned. Although Sun Madness fire were very strong, they did not consume too much energy, and that was only one more than when he was using the world-defying stage fierce power to release the proud flame. If he consumed too much energy, he only needed to eat the strong strength Dan to recover. How many can I absorb from 1,000 earth crystals? Feng Ke asked. I don't know. Chunxiang shook his head. I'll just try it and see. Since I'm using the triple time field now, there won't be any pressure. Chunxiang took a total of more than 20 years to finish refining it, and even when he thought about it, he felt that it was not easy. Right now, it has only been refined. Next up, I have to merge it together. Chunxiang said to Feng Ke, I'll be troubling you for the rest. When fusing with it, one would have to fuse together all of these melted large amounts of earth crystal solutions and compress them into a square block. Chunxiang also did not know whether Feng Ke would succeed or not. Feng Ke did not disappoint him, and her fusion speed was very fast. No, even if it is compressed into a square, it cannot become a crystal emperor. You need to derive at once. Feng Ke said, just 9 more crystals will be enough. All right. Chunxiang tossed and turned for a few more years, creating 9 more crystals before using flames to melt them all. Only then did he allow them to fuse together. It took 20 or 30 years to melt. Afterwards, Feng Ke and Chunxiang immediately teamed up and compressed it into a square block, which could just happen to be placed inside the Super Young Divine Altar square block. I finally succeeded. Chunxiang looked at the crystal that looked like it was bursting with sunlight and wiped his sweat. It was really not easy using 70 years. This thing should not be easy to melt. It seems that even if you have a lot of them, it will still be difficult to use them for weapon crafting. Feng Ke said, Yes, but it's just that I can't do it now. I'll definitely think of a way to use Crystal Emperor to create 2 new heavenly magic sword. When Chunxiang took this piece of crystal out, it was unexpectedly extremely cold. Let me touch it. Feng Ke took it and played with it. It's beautiful, as if it was holding a square sun. You even want to make 8 of these things. Chunxiang laughed bitterly. This meant that he had to refine Crystal Emperor S for the next few hundred years. C3201. C3201. After Chunxiang succeeded in making 1 Crystal Emperor, he felt a lot more at ease. This proved that he could do it, and it was only a matter of time before he could make the other 8. As long as he made those 8 Crystal Emperor, he could restore the ancient Super Young Divine Altar to her original state. After that, he could return to the divine wasteland without worry, and then he would be able to refine even more Crystal Emperor, so Chen Kai could help him refine divine artifacts. Although Chunxiang had stayed in the triple time field for dozens of years, a day had yet to pass us outside. The Meijing sisters controlled the heaven-devouring rat to help them obtain more myriad Tao divine soil crystals. Chunxiang told them to get 1 more myriad Tao divine soil crystal anyways. Song Yichen followed them as well. He had to protect the Meijing sisters well, even though this place was already safe enough. After a few days, when Song Yichen saw that Chunxiang still had not come to find him, he became anxious. He was worried that Chunxiang would not succeed, and if he was unable to restore the Super Young Divine Altar, the Heaven Old Divine race would come here, and he would be able to break the barrier of the Sun Jiao deforest. Just as Song Yichen was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a miserable scream. The scream came from outside of Sun Jiao deforest. Song Yichen hurriedly looked over, and then said to the Meijing sisters, "Don't worry, hide first. I'll be back soon." Song Yichen hurriedly left and arrived outside the Sun Jiao deforest. At the moment, he was still inside the enchantment, and he could see a group of people in the distance. Heaven, old divine race. Song Yichen was surprised. There are a lot of people. What are they doing here? Do you really want to enter this place now? Previously, he had guessed that the people of Heaven Old Divine Race would not be able to come that fast. After all, coming here once in a while required a lot of time. But they had actually come running here. They must have used some array, or knew how to use spatial force to bring them here. They won't be able to enter in a short period of time. I wonder if they sent anyone to the place where Super Yang Divine Altar is. Song Yichen was a little worried. With his strength, he couldn't stop the group of Heaven Old Divine Race people. Song Yichen walked out a bit more. There were 9 layers of enchantments here, and even the strong Heaven Old Divine Race would need a lot of time to break through it. Just now, an old man from the Heaven Old Divine Race was injured by the barrier, which was why he let out such a blood-curdling scream. This outfit, could it be the Heaven Old Emperor? Song Yichen took a deep breath. This guy actually came here personally. Incredible. Song Yichen and Qin Xiang had overheard the conversation between the 2 old men from the Heaven Old Divine Race before. The 2 old men wanted to go back to get help, but they did not want to alarm the other factions. And now that the Heaven Old Emperor had come here, it was obvious that they knew something, but they weren't clear about it. That was why they came here. Looks like there are several factions within the Heaven Old Imperial Palace. This Heaven Old Emperor is unable to completely control the entire Imperial Palace. Song Yichen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, then hurriedly returned to the Sun-Ji, O-D forest. Outside the 9-layered sun barrier, Heaven Old Emperor floated in the air and looked at the golden Sun-Ji, O-D forest in front of him. He frowned. Something must have happened inside. Who the H-E-L. L is fusing with the Sun Fire Seed. Once it is merged, they will be able to have enough flames to burn myriad Tao divine soil crystals. Previously, these Turkish people did not know how to refine divine tools, but now they are cultivating such powerful flames. It is clear that they are going to start refining divine tools. Great Emperor, haven't these natives all become Tingu Beast? Can they turn back into their human forms? An old man asked. Of course they can. Furthermore, it is very easy for them. Especially after they've found a way, they will be able to turn all of them back very quickly. Heaven Old Emperor asked, how was the investigation before? What are Moon King and the rest doing? There's still no news for now. Their people just left the Heaven Old Imperial Palace, but they didn't come here. We used the transmission array to come here much faster than them. The old man said, all right, let's not go in for now. If we go in now, we will definitely be exhausted. Let's first wait for the people from the Moon King, and then follow them to see what they want to do. Heaven Old Emperor was done. He waved his sleeves and flew away. In the Sun-Ji, O-D forest, Qin Xiang was hiding beside a large tree to refine pills. The triple-time field enveloped his body. From the outside, he looked blurry, and the area he was in was also distorted, making it impossible to see his appearance. He had already used the triple-time field for 7 days. He had already lived inside for 400 or 500 years. He had previously gone out once to ask the Meijing sisters for myriad Tao divine soils crystals, and Song Yichen had then just happened to go out. At this time, Song Yichen walked over. He had finally found Qin Xiang. He saw that Qin Xiang was still using the time domain inside, but just as he was about to turn around and leave, Qin Xiang suddenly shouted, Brother Song! Song Yichen suddenly turned his head, only to see that Qin Xiang had already removed her time domain and was looking at him smilingly. What is it? You're in such a hurry. Qin Xiang laughed. Did I disturb you? I'm so sorry. Song Yichen said Mbara. Sadly, I am a little worried that something might happen to you. After all, there is a certain level of danger when you use the Sun Madness fire to refine the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. There isn't any danger. I'm just a bit bored. Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. Are you in a hurry? Yes, Heaven Old Imperial family has come. I don't know what they are here for, but he just tried it a bit and was unable to enter the 9-layer formation. After that, he left, but I'm guessing that he must still be inside the divine soil restricted area. Song Yichen said, "It's rare for him to come here. He definitely won't leave so quickly." Qinxiang thought for a while, then asked, "Did he come because he saw the sky phenomenon triggered by the Tinder array?" "There is such a possibility, but I am worried that he will find the super yang divine altar." Song Yichen sighed, "There's nothing I can do now. The Crystal Emperors have not been refined yet. Oh, by the way, how are you doing?" Song Yichen just wanted to ask Qinxiang if he had made a breakthrough. If this path would not work, he hoped that Qinxiang would quickly give up. Qinxiang smiled mysteriously. "Guess." "There's a chance." Song Yichen was very excited. "I knew it would definitely succeed." Qinxiang nodded his head. "I have already succeeded. I can successfully refine the myriad Tao divine soil crystal into a crystal emperor." "Great, then. How long would it take you to refine 9 crystal emperor?" Song Yichen asked excitedly. "I've already finished refining it." Qinxiang laughed mischievously, and then he took out 9 pieces of crystal emperor that released a blinding sunlight. The crystal emperor looked like this, and the light it released was as dazzling as sunlight. When Song Yichen saw the crystal emperor that Qinxiang suddenly released, he was shocked, but at the same time his eyes were stung. He could not help but shout out. Although he anxiously blocked the incoming light, his eyes were still burning with pain. C3202. C3202 Qinxiang hurriedly put away the crystal emperor. When he was refining, he was already used to this kind of light. If he saw people like Song Yichen for the first time, he would probably look like this. "Brother Song, I'm sorry. I was already used to this kind of light, so I thought there was nothing wrong." Qinxiang laughed. Song Yichen had already opened his eyes. He did not care about whether it was painful or not. In short, he was certain that Qinxiang had already successfully refined 9 crystal emperor. "It's only been a few days, and you've already completed it. How amazing!" Song Yichen gasped in surprise. "Nothing. I'm just a little tired." After all, he had been refining these things for hundreds of years. This was an extremely boring and dull matter, and it was fortunate that he was able to chat with Feng Kur inside. "Then let's go and take a look now." Qinxiang said, "Look at what the group of fellows from Heaven, Old Divine Race, are doing." "And let's go." Song Yichen brought Qinxiang and quickly came to Meijing Sisters. The myriad Tao Divine Soil did not get that many myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals. Previously, Qinxiang wanted to leave a lot of them and refine them into Crystal Emperor. He could only wait until the next time he came here to get more, since there were so many big trees here. At this time, Feng Kur was using the myriad Tao Divine Soil to refine some things. They were all very small gloves and looked like claw tips. The main reason was so that the heaven-devouring rat could wear them. If the heaven-devouring rat had these things installed on its teeth and claws, it could easily dig through the STU, our DY myriad Tao Divine Soil, and would very quickly reach the bottom of those large trees. Feng Kur had never thought that he would use a precious material like the myriad Tao Divine Soil to refine equipment for mice. If the divine inscriptionists above the myriad Tao were to encounter this, they would definitely scold her. Just concocting a few hundred sets is enough. Qinxiang said, "This shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" "It's not difficult." Feng Kur also liked refining. It was a rare opportunity to do so. When that time came, she would be able to set up another tinder array and then obtain the Sunji, Di's flame. She and Qinxiang had lived inside the triple time field for hundreds of years, and during that time, she would be able to step into the world-defying crazy realm by eating strong strength Dan-S and Huaquan Dan-S. The world-defying stage Fear Soul that she was looking for was also above the 3rd level of world-defying stage Soul River. She only needed to set up a tinder array and condense the Sunfire Seed. She needed this kind of flame, and in the future, she would definitely have a large amount of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals to use. Riding on their 6 realms mirrors, Qin Xiang and Song Yichen flew to the 9th layer of his sun enchantment and immediately teleported to a secret Pa-S sage. This Pa-S sage could lead them to the secret underground room where the ancient super young divine altar was. He didn't teleport to the underground chamber in one breath. If there were strong heaven old divine race people there, they would be in danger. Last time, they had overheard the conversation of the 2 old men from heaven old imperial family. Now, they were like last time, hiding behind the stone door. No one seems to be inside. Song Yichen sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Did they not come? Let me try to see if I can talk to Spirit of Divine Altar. Qin Xiang tried to send a sound transmission to the Spirit of Divine Altar and soon received a response. Brett, you finally came. How was it? Will it work? Just like Song Yichen previously, he too thought that Qin Xiang had not finished refining the 9 crystal emperor yet. Of course I can succeed. How is the situation with you? Qin Xiang asked. Have any of the heaven old divine race come before? They've been here, and quite a few of them have come. They even started a commotion here. Right now they're all outside. They have set up a spirit formation to seal off the entrance to this place. Spirit of Divine Altar laughed, but they didn't know there was a secret Pa-S sage here. That's good. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. I was worried that you would be done for. If not, I would have wasted my time. Human brat, you're underestimating me. Spirit of Divine Altar laughed out loud. I'm very powerful. Oh, right. You really managed to refine a crystal emperor? How long will it take for you to completely refine those 9 pieces? Spirit of Divine Altar felt that Qin Xiang being able to refine it was already very powerful. As for how long it would take, he wasn't too worried. I'm done refining. What do I need to do? Shall we just put it in those square boxes? Qin Xiang asked. Are you serious? The Spirit of Divine Altar did not dare believe that Qin Xiang could refine it now. The last time Qin Xiang came was more than 10 days ago. Of course I'm serious. Why would I lie to you now? Qin Xiang laughed. I've used up quite a bit of time, about 400 to 500 years like this. I have to use my time and energy in order to make it so fast. It's already been 400 or 500 years. This was what the Spirit of Divine Altar could accept. It was only now that he remembered that Qin Xiang knew how to use the time formation. Stealthily come in and just put the crystal emperor of the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal into the square. The Spirit of Divine Altar said, would he be taken out of the cave after I put it in? Qin Xiang was a little worried because the heaven old divine race was just outside. No problem. Spirit of Divine Altar replied, they can't take it out. All right. Just as Qin Xiang was about to teleport in, Spirit of Divine Altar sent a sound transmission to him. Wait, they seem to be here. Sure enough, Qin Xiang and Song Yichen had already Pa-S, said through the stone door, and heard sounds coming from inside. Moon King, why didn't you tell me this when you discovered this place? The one who spoke was the Heaven Old Emperor. He was currently chuckling, and it was impossible to tell what conflict he had with the Moon King. Royal brother, didn't I want to give you a surprise? I thought that I could get myriad Tao divine soil crystals as a gift, but who would have thought that you would also find out? Moon King laughed. He was also an old man. Moon King and Heaven Old Emperor were both blood brothers, and their strengths were both about the same. Moon King had always wanted to usurp the position of emperor because he himself was not weak, but he could not sit on the throne. Heaven Old Emperor was also aware of this point, so he had always been on guard and wanted to get rid of Moon King. All of them hated each other to death, but right now they were talking and laughing. This is an ancient super young divine altar. Although it has already been abandoned, it was refined by the Sun Ancestor Emperor back in the day. It's not easy to destroy it. Moon King said with a serious face, I tried a few times with my subordinates before, but to no avail. Heaven Old Emperor nodded his head. This is indeed not easy. Now we must guard this place well. We must have a way to obtain the myriad Tao divine soil crystals here. C3203. C3203. When Chunxiang and Song Yichen heard their conversation, they became even more relieved. The experts of the Heaven Old Imperial family were unexpectedly unable to destroy the ancient Super Young Divine Altar in such a short period of time. Royal Brother, are we going to look for those old princes? The Moon King said, only they have the strength to destroy it, even though, although some will have to be shared with them, it is still better than not being able to get some now. Moon King originally wanted to take the myriad Tao Divine Soils crystals for himself, but now that he was discovered by Heaven Old Emperor, he was extremely unhappy, so even if he took a bit less, he would not be able to get a large portion of it. Right now, Moon King did not have the confidence to get the majority of the treasures. He was worried that Heaven Old Emperor would eliminate him, which was why he wanted to find the old dukes to leave the mountain so that he could plus guarantee his own safety. Heaven Old Emperor saw through his thoughts at a glance, but he smiled and said, "Don't alert them for now. They have been in closed-door cultivation for so many years. They cannot be disturbed casually. Let's try our best first. If we really are unable to destroy Super Young Divine Altar, it's not too late to invite them out." All right, we'll listen to what Royal Brother says. Moon King smiled apologetically. Heaven Old Emperor took out a sword and fiercely slashed down at Super Young Divine Altar. With a dang sound, his beautiful sword was broken into many pieces. Myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals are really powerful. Although Heaven Old Emperor's loving sword was destroyed, his eyes were still filled with joy, because this allowed him to witness the power of the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal. If he were to use the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal to refine a sword, then it would definitely be many times stronger than the sword he had just destroyed. Not a trace. Moon King also exclaimed he wanted the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal even more. It seems like we need to think of a way. Heaven Old Emperor frowned. Let's go out and talk. It was just the two of them entering. The others were waiting outside. Oh, right, Royal Brother. Someone activated the tinder array, and he is inside. Moon King suddenly said, "Yes, that's why I came to take a look. I didn't expect to meet you here, so coincidentally." Heaven Old Emperor's face was gloomy. The opening of the tinder array requires a large amount of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals. We do not know who it is, but we do know who it is that is doing it in Divine Soil restricted area, and they're most likely our enemies. We must treat them with caution and work together to eliminate our enemies. Moon King cursed in his heart. This Heaven Old Emperor did not come here by chance, but had followed him and did not notice anything. After Moon King and his group left, Super Young Divine Altar immediately sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. "Brat, make your move now!" Qinxiang immediately ran out and released 8 of his mouse maness, allowing them to each take a piece of the Crystal Emperor and insert it into the 9 square boxes on top of the Super Young Divine Altar. "Done, run away." After Qinxiang finished playing, he immediately teleported into the secret Pa-S Sage. After the 9 Crystal Emperor were placed on the square of the Super Young Divine Altar, the Super Young Divine Altar immediately shone with a strong light. The Divine Altar also unceasingly shook, and then it suddenly shot out a strong, blinding sunlight that shot up to the sky. Originally, there was a thick layer of soil above Super Young Divine Altar, but after the Super Young Divine Altar shot out a ray of light, it instantly opened up a gigantic hole in the sky. Such a huge commotion had already alarmed the Moon King and the Heaven Old Emperor outside. They hurriedly ran over, and through the glaring sunlight, they could see that inside the square of the Super Young Divine Altar were pieces of crystals. That is, crystals Crystal Emperor D.A.M. and it. The Moon King shouted in shock. "We just came out and a Crystal Emperor already appeared. What exactly is going on?" Moon King originally thought that Heaven Old Emperor would say a few more words to him, But when he turned around, he realized that Heaven Old Emperor had already left without a trace. He immediately chased after Heaven Old Emperor and his group, who had already flown far away, running very fast. Moon King, what should we do now? An old man looked at the huge beam of light that gushed out from the ground. He was still in a state of shock, but this sudden burst of activity did not allow them to react in time. Of course we're running. If we continue to stay here, we might be finished. Moon King snorted in anger. He never thought that the situation would turn out like this. He originally thought that he could obtain at least a little bit of myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystal, but now he couldn't. What made him feel a little better was that the Heaven Old Emperor did not get anything either. The Moon King quickly caught up to him and asked, "Royal brother, why are you running so fast? You didn't tell me either." No, 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 all that. Now that something like this has happened, I need to go back and make the palace ready. The people of Divine Soil Race are about to revive. Although it is not good for them to stay in this place for long, there are still no dangers in the near future. He was very clear about what it meant for the ancient Super Young Divine Altar to recover. All the royal family members knew that the ancient Super Young Divine Alteress of the Divine Soil Race were the strongest and most terrifying. Even if the old patriarch of the Divine Soil Race had been tricked, he would not have succeeded in destroying the Super Young Divine Altar. But the sudden appearance of the Crystal Emperor made Heaven Old Emperor unable to understand. Back then, it was precisely because the other 8 clans had this ancient Super Young Divine Altar that they did not dare to make a move on. Now that the ancient Super Young Divine Altar had been restored, they would not be able to enter it casually in the future. More than 2 hours later, the Super Young Divine Altar had already calmed down and was still floating in the air towards the Sun Zhou forest. Qin Xiang and Song Yichen also followed him. They followed behind Super Young Divine Altar and easily said through the Sun Ji, "Oh, D forest. Heaven Old Divine Races B, AS, TAR, DS are running too fast. We'll let them go for now." He had already flown to the middle of Sun Ji, "Oh, D forest," and then landed on the ground. "Spirit of Divine Altar, can you let the Tiangu Beast clansmen recover now?" Song Yichen asked. "I'll try. If their souls are severely damaged, there's nothing I can do about it because their souls are no longer here. If their souls are still asleep, or if there's even a remnant of their souls, they can recover to their original state." The Spirit of Divine Altar said, "Once we restore them, I will strengthen the barrier enchantment of the entire Divine Soil restricted area. Originally, there was a barrier enchantment set up here, and it was set up by them." After Spirit of Divine Altar finished speaking, he released a ray of light that connected with the blazing sun in the sky and turned into a dark red color. In an instant, the entire Divine Soil restricted area was enveloped in this dark red color, making it look extremely strange and terrifying. C-3204. C-3204, girls. The Spirit of Divine Altar had a lot of things to do. Right now, he needed to help the people of the Divine Soil Race recover, and then he also had to connect to the Super Young realm so that the 2 worlds that were originally separate could merge into one. "Stone Golem, can you open the spatial sageway so that I can return to Divine Wasteland?" Chun Xiang said he was worried that his own ability was insufficient for him to return to the Divine Wasteland. "I'll try again when the time comes. Are you in a hurry to go back?" Spirit of Divine Altar asked. "There's no rush. I still have to get some myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals." Qin Xiang laughed. "You don't mind if I get more, right?" "Of course not. There are a lot of them here." The Spirit of Divine Altar did not have any lingering feelings towards these things. Furthermore, he was only able to recover himself with Qin Xiang's help. Qin Xiang not only wanted to obtain myriad Tao Divine Soil Crystals, he also wanted to refine some Crystal Emperor. Say, if I were to use Crystal Emperor S to refine a sword, how many pieces would I need? Chun Xiang asked again, just like repairing the size of the Crystal Emperor on your body. One piece is enough. After the Crystal Emperor melts, it becomes very flexible and can be stretched at will. If the refiner is powerful, it can even be forged into an even better weapon. The Spirit of Divine Altar said. Chun Xiang wanted to make a few pieces to refine, but after hearing Spirit of Divine Altar's words, he did not plan to make too many to refine the heavenly magic sword. However, he had to get more Six Realms Mirrors S because Six Realms Mirrors were extremely useful. Over the years, he had relied on Six Realms Mirrors S to escape danger many times, and had relied on Six Realms Mirrors S to survive this ordeal. The Six Realms Mirrors was currently quite weak. He didn't even dare to use it in battle anymore, afraid that it would be damaged during battles and be difficult to repair. At this moment, Song Yichen was extremely nervous. He didn't know how many patriarchs he could give back to him. He only hoped that he could meet people he was familiar with at that time. At this time, I have already strengthened the barrier, and I have already controlled the barrier of the divine soil restricted area. It will not be easy for those fellows of the heaven old divine race to come in. Spirit of Divine Altar said. Currently, there are already Tiangu beasts undergoing changes. You can go out and take a look now. Song Yichen said to Chun Xiang, I will go out, you stay here. Chun Xiang called Mei Jing sisters out to help him gather the myriad Tao Divine Soils crystals. Where did these two beauties come from? Spirit of Divine Altar was very serious just now, but after he saw Mei Jing sisters, his voice suddenly became very vulgar as he laughed nonstop. You. The large amount of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals that I used to help you refine the Crystal Emperor was all painstakingly obtained by them. Chun Xiang kicked Spirit of Divine Altar. Really? Then I must thank them. The Spirit of Divine Altar laughed. You little rascal, you aren't any good person either. You actually hide such a beauty. Chun Xiang snorted and said, You should know that the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal is beneath the big tree, right? But why didn't you tell me? It took us half a day of hard work. I thought that Song Yichen, this guy, knew it. Even if he didn't know, he should have been able to think of it. To think that you do not even know this, no wonder the Divine Soil race is in decline. Spirit of Divine Altar curled his lips, and then the altar suddenly trembled. The big tree shook, and a large amount of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals flew out. I'll give you 10,000 myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals first. There's no use in asking for too many now. The Spirit of Divine Altar said. Foam Kutar suddenly came out from you, Yao Mountain Villa, and said, I need that. I want to set up Tinder Array too. I want to cultivate Sun Madness Fire. I want to become a master refiner in the future. All right, then I'll help you get some more. Here. The Spirit of Divine Altar was in existence, which ruled over everything. With a casual wave of his hand, he was able to cause the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals under the big tree to fly out. After receiving these myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals, Foam Ku'er was extremely happy, and then he happily went to arrange the Tinder Array. Chun Xiang also hoped that Foam Ku'er could quickly cultivate Sun Madness Fire, so that Foam Ku'er could refine treasures and give him a lot of help. Right now, he was still worried that no one would help him refine artifacts for him, as he was not proficient enough himself. If he went to look for Xue Xianxian and the others, their flames would not be strong enough to refine myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals. The second time Foam Kuta set up the Tinder Array, she would be able to finish it very quickly. The most difficult part was the period of bleeding, which required the help of the Mei Jing sisters. Without Foam Ku'er's help, it was impossible for Chun Xiang to refine Crystal Emperor, so he could only watch from the side. What made him more happy was that Jiang Sihua and Jiang Lizi, who were in the Yu Yao Mountain Villa, had also followed Chun Xiang back then, and were enveloped by the triple time field. Over the hundreds of years, they had refined many strong Strength Dan and Huaquan Dan. Deep into the night, the spirit of divine altar still released a blinding sunlight that illuminated the entire D forest. Chun Xiang, who was resting in a small hut, suddenly felt a strong vibration in the air, and he suddenly woke up. Is someone coming in? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. No. Spirit of divine altar laughed heartily. Since Super Yang realm has fused with us, this group of people from Heaven Old Divine Race is going to have a hard time. While you are recovering your Divine Soil Race people, you are also merging with 2 other Heaven Old Super Realm S. How amazing! Chun Xiang now had even more respect for the spirit of divine altar strength. The spirit of divine altar was able to merge 2 worlds together in such a short period of time. That's nothing. I already had this power to begin with, because when I was created, it was to stabilize this world. When I was split, it only started after I was damaged. The spirit of divine altar said, the truly powerful ones are the people who possess the raging Yang bloodline in the Super Yang divine race. Back then, it was this group that divided the Heaven Old Super Realm. There were only Heaven Old Divine Race and Heaven Old Orcs left in the Heaven Old Super Realm. Divine Soil Race was a relatively peaceful race. Furthermore, it was unknown how many clans were left in the Super Yang realm. But Chun Xiang began to worry. If the Super Yang realm was united, the Heaven Old Divine Race here would be defeated very quickly. Stone Golem, I'm worried that the Super Yang Divine Race from the Supreme Demon realm will cooperate with the Heaven Old Divine Race here once they come. After all, this ancient Super Yang Divine altar was already exposed. Many people knew that the ancient Super Yang Divine altar required 9 Crystal Emperor to recover. For the sake of the Crystal Emperor, even though there was hatred between them back then, they might be able to let it go and work together to destroy the Super Yang Divine altar. There's no need to worry. It won't be that easy for them to destroy me. Back then, I did not resist at all, and the old patriarch of the Divine Soil Race also did not destroy me that easily. Spirit of Divine Altar did not care about this matter at all, as he had obviously considered it before. See 3205. See 3205 popular recommendation. A few days later, D forest had quietened down. Chun Xiang saw Zheng Profound and a large group of people breaking through the 9 Suns barrier and entering the room. Spirit of Divine Altar immediately let them in after sensing it. He could now easily control the barrier. Song Yichen is still outside searching for his tribe members who have recovered. When Zheng Profound saw Chun Xiang, he grinned at him and said, "Thank you very much. Otherwise, our divine soil race would be finished." Zheng Profound had brought back a few hundred people. Although it was not a lot, they all had the blood of the divine soil race in their bodies. If not for Chun Xiang's help, an absolute large number of people from the divine soil race were just Tengu Beast-s now, and would be killed in the future. You're welcome. Because he had helped them, he had also obtained many benefits. Right now, he had obtained many myriad Tao divine soil crystals, and he had even cultivated a sun madness fire. Feng Ku'er had already successfully cultivated the sun madness fire. Seeing that this place had stabilized, Chun Xiang was relieved and brought Feng Ku'er to a quiet place. "Xiao Ku'er, why don't the 2 of us release the sun madness fire together? That way, we can save quite a bit of time while refining the Crystal Emperor." Chun Xiang had already activated the triple time field. "Sure, but I don't know if it'll work." Feng Ku'er replied, "If it's really possible, it can indeed shorten quite a bit of time." Chun Xiang took out the Tinchuang furnace and laughed. "This Tinchuang furnace needs to be strengthened first. If not, I would not dare to use the crash method while concocting pills. When using the crash method, one would be able to unleash a very strong power. If the cauldron was not strong enough, and was unable to withstand the instantaneous explosive power of the cauldron, the furnace would explode. Therefore, even Chun Xiang did not dare to use it when he was refining the arrogant core. The crash method's quality is higher. If you can use it, it can increase the speed at which you refine Crystal Emperor. Feng Kuta said she had witnessed Chen Xiang refining pills using the crash method and the derivative method, so the quality increase was very high. When the Tianquang furnace becomes strong, I will definitely try. Chen Xiang threw a large amount of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals into the Tianquang furnace, and then poured in the Sun Madness fire at the same time as Feng Kuta, burning the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals inside. With the two of them working together, the time it took them to refine Crystal Emperor was shortened by a lot. Much faster. Chen Xiang looked at the refined Crystal Emperor and was very happy. Let's continue. I plan to refine 3 pieces to strengthen the Tianquang furnace. Where's the 6 realms mirrors? How many, Crystal Emperor, do you plan on using to strengthen your 6 realms mirrors? Feng Kuta asked. 6. You should know the use of 6 realms mirrors. Chen Xiang said. Refining a divine weapon with 6 Crystal Emperor was an extremely extravagant thing. It was not only because the Crystal Emperor were hard to obtain, it was also because refining with Crystal Emperor was extremely difficult. Chen Xiang didn't know how difficult refining Crystal Emperor was right now, so he felt that it would be better to use more Crystal Emperor. After a few days, Chen Xiang had refined 10 pieces of Crystal Emperor. He and Feng Kuta both used Sun Madness Fire S, and with their cooperation, their speed increased even more. When he came out, he saw that the vicinity of Super Young Divine Altar was filled with people. There were more than 2,000 people. It was already not bad that there were so many of them in the Divine Land. Their strengths were all very strong. Now that they had recognized Song Yichen as their patriarch, Spirit of Divine Altar did not have any objections. After the Divine Earth people saw Chen Xiang, they immediately came over to thank him, because it was with Chen Xiang's help that they could recover. After Chen Xiang exchanged some pleasantries, he got the Spirit of Divine Altar to help him return to the Divine Wasteland. Spirit of Divine Altar spent half a day to open a spatial tunnel. When Chen Xiang entered the spatial tunnel, Song Yichen made him come here often to take a look and then said his goodbyes. After returning to the Divine Wasteland, Chen Xiang was a lot more at ease. He was worried before that he wouldn't be able to come back. The Divine Wasteland is much safer now. Even the Heaven Old Divine race is not here anymore. Chen Xiang teleported back into the Danji, demysterious land. He found LV Chilian and asked him about the situation there. This place is pretty smooth. Natural law world has recovered. LV Chilian said. Even the Heaven Old Orcs are a little tricky, but they shouldn't cause too much harm to us. That's good. Chen Xiang nodded his head. If I were to leave again, I would probably need a very long time to come back. He gently caressed LV Chilian's jade face. I wonder when I'll be back again. We're already used to it. It's all right. LV Chilian smiled gently at Chen Xiang. Have we not been like this all these years? Before we leave, let's meet up with them and have a chat. Chen Xiang had first gone to find Xue Xianxian and give a lot of them, and also gave them some myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals. With their current cultivations, they were unable to refine any myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals. Even a myriad Tao Divine Soil would find it difficult. He stayed here for a long time, mainly because he wanted to talk about the Heaven Old Super Rel with them. Afterwards, he left Feng Kuta here and let Feng Kuta teach these artifact forging girls what he could to impart them. After that, he went to find Hua, Xiangyue, and company and told them about the matter of the pill spirit. He told them to give it a try when they had the chance, and Pa S said on their pill refining experiences to them. Right now, he had a lot of strong strength Dan and Huaquan Dan. He didn't even need them himself, so he gave a lot to them. Jiang, Sihua, and Jiang Lizi were his alchemy spirits and would not leave him, so they could stay here. Chen Xiang stayed in the Danji, demysterious land for more than 10 days, reminiscing with his father. He talked about the matters of the Heaven Old Super Realm with Huang Jintian and told them that there was a much wider world above. After Qin Xiang finished making the arrangements, he left the D mysterious land. He took out the 6 realms mirrors and found Chen Kai. I thought you died. Chen Xiang teleported to the small mountain cave that Chen Kai was in. Looking at how miserable his body was now, he laughed. You're not doing well, you rascal! You're still laughing. Chen Kai snorted. I am truly unlucky. I don't know what methods heaven old orcs and the others used to be able to always know my position. Aren't you very strong? For heaven old orcs to make you into such a state, they must have sent many people over, right? Qin Xiang laughed. But I can tell, in the eyes of heaven old orcs, you are extremely important. That's right. Who asked me to be so capable? Chen Kai laughed extremely shamelessly. Heaven old orcs wants me to help them refine equipment, but I'm not willing. Chen Kai grew up within the heaven old orcs' race and had some sort of relations. HI plus P with the heaven old orcs. Even though he was a weirdo in the heaven old orcs, he also had a few friends. However, most of his friends had died, and they had all been killed by a few strong beastmen from the heaven old orcs. Therefore, he would not help the heaven old orcs refine artifacts right now.